Sound check 3, sound check 3, GIC budget, February 21st.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, staff, and any delegates and visiting guests. I'd like to call the meeting in order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, that any presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. I note now, Madam Clerk, that the quorum is present. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item 7.3, Encampment Pilot Evaluation, HSC 20038E, PED 21188B, has been withdrawn as the matter will be considered as part of the presentation in item 6.2, which is the 2023 tax operating budget deliberations. Also not a change, but presentations have been added for items 6.1 and 6.2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Spatafor. Are there any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll have the vote, please.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Can we see your thumb?
Oh, mine finally came up. And it's hung. And that vote carried 14-0. Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. This would be item 3.1 and 3.2, February 6th and the February 7th meeting of this year. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the minutes on the floor? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Francis. Any questions about the minutes or discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 14-0. Thank you. Moving on to consent items 5.1, 2004 budget adjustment, accounting and allocation of the goods and services tax rebate FCS 23028 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 5.1 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Spatafor, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Is there any discussion on this item or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 14-0. We're now moving on to presentations. Item 6.1 is the Area Rating Review, FCS 21078D citywide. Gloria Roja, Senior Tax Policy Advisor, will provide the presentation. No problem. We're just setting up the presentation on the computer for those who are watching at home. So, Madam Clerk, can I confirm that that is going out live, or is that just visible here?
It is going out live.
It is going out live. Thank you.
Okay. So, good morning, Mayor, members of Council. I am Gloria Rojas, Senior Tax Policy Advisor in the Corporate Services Department. Today, we will be talking about area rating. First, I'm going to present background on area rating, and then we will concentrate on the area rating of the fire service. I will present you the existing model and the recommended model. Hamilton has a long history of area rating. This table shows all the services that have been area rated since 2001. Prior to amalgamation, the region of Hamilton-Wentworth area rated transit, waste management, libraries, and storm sewers. Other services such as parks, fire, and recreation were provided at the municipal level, and they were not area rated. There were many changes through the years, and then in 2011, Council approved a new area rating methodology that was, for the most part, based on an urban-rural model that aligned to the transit service area. Properties that were within the transit service boundary were considered urban, and properties outside of the boundary were considered rural. In this new methodology, transit, recreation, street lights and sidewalks, and fire were area rated based on this urban-rural model. However, the boundaries for the fire service were different of those of the transit service. Sidewalk snow removal, parkland purchases, and the special infrastructure levy were area rated based on former municipality. In 2021, staff undertook a review of the area rating services and methodologies in order to ensure that the services met the criteria of a special service, and also to ensure that the methodologies align with the growth and the service delivery strategies in the city. Based on that analysis, in 2022, Council approved the elimination of the area rating of recreation, sidewalks, and street lighting on a 4-year phasing period, the elimination of the area rating of parkland purchases as the debt is being paid off, and the elimination of sidewalk snow removal in the year 2023. Council also directed the staff to prepare a public consultation on the possibility of making changes to the area rating to the fire service. As of 2023, the only services that continue to be area rated are fire, which will be discussed today, transit, and the special infrastructure levy. The special infrastructure levy meets the definition of a special service, and therefore staff is not making any recommendations to change that. And for transit, staff will be providing an analysis once Council adopts a new transit growth strategy. Area rating is intended to account for significant differences in the level of service or the cost to provide that service in different areas of the city. With area rating, properties with similar assessed value will pay different taxes based on where they are located in the city. As per provincial legislation, the only services that cannot be area rated are health services and programs. Back in 2011, when Council approved the urban-rural methodology, 4 principles were established. First, area rating is revenue neutral. This means that the same levy applies even though there are different area rating options. Also, it recognizes that area rating does not provide additional revenue for the city. Second, service delivery drives taxes. This means that the way a service is provided and the cost of providing that service has an impact on taxation, not the other way around. Third, it is not pay for use. This recognizes that property owners around the city use the service in different manner. They might use it, they might not use it. Also recognizes that the same service cannot be utilized or cannot be accessed in the same manner, even in the same boundary. And finally, it's an evolutionary process. The urban-rural boundaries might change over time due to growth. Now let's talk about the area rating of the fire service. The Hamilton Fire Department provides fire protection and rescue service based on 3 different service delivery models. 1, full-time resources only. 2 is a volunteer resources only. And 3rd is a composite service, which is a mix of full-time and volunteer. However, the city has just 2 tax rates. The urban tax rate applies for areas in the city that are serviced by full-time firefighters, and the rural rate applies for areas of the city that are serviced by volunteer. Properties that are serviced by a composite service are categorized as either urban or rural, depending on where they fall within the city's official urban plan. So obviously there is a disconnect in the 3 levels of services and 2 tax rates. So because of that, Council directed the staff to conduct a public consultation on the potential tax impacts of realigning the 3 levels of service with the taxation policy. Staff prepared a survey that was available in Engage Hamilton from October 9th to November 6th of 2022. This survey provided 3 options. First, 3 different rates to align with 3 different levels of service. Second, no change. And third, no change, 1 equal rate across the city. The survey had 53 engaged participants, and these are the results. 48.1% of participants agree with option 1, 44.2% of participants agree with option 2, and 23.5% of participants agree with option 3. So option 1 had a marginally more support than the other 2, and that is the option that the council will be considering today. So staff is recommending a model that has 3 different rates based on the 3 levels of service. As I mentioned before, area rating is revenue neutral. However, because there is going to be a redistribution of properties and a redistribution of costs, there will be tax shifts. It is important to keep in mind that these tax shifts are not related to changes in the level of service, but they are due to the realignment between the service and the taxation. Also, I forgot to present the slide. Also, in 2021 and 2022, Council approved a transfer of $1.4 million from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to the levy applied to the rural area in order to mitigate the tax impacts that resulted from some changes in the level of service that occurred in 2021. That transfer is no longer is not going to longer apply in 2023. So the recommended survey, the recommended methodology includes the 1.4 million again in the fire levy. And finally, in order to mitigate the tax impact to the properties that remain in the full-time service, staff is recommending a 2-year phasing approach. This table shows the estimated tax impacts of the recommended model. In 2022, Hamilton had 177,125 residential properties, of which 160,508 were paying the urban tax rate and 17,417 were paying the rural tax rate. Under the recommended model, 122,877 will pay the full-time tax rate, 15,881 will pay the volunteer tax rate, and 39,167 will pay the new composite rate. At the end of the 2-year phasing period, properties that remain receiving full-time service will see a tax increase of 1.8%, which in average is $80. properties that were paying the full-time rate, or was called the urban rate, but actually received composite service, will see a decrease of approximately 3.8%, which is on average $164. And properties that were receiving, that were paying the rural rate but received composite service will see an increase of 0.7%, which is on average $25. In recognition that the cost of providing the volunteer service is considerably lower than that of the full-time and the composite service, staff is not recommending a phase-in for the properties that remain in the volunteer area, and they will see an immediate decrease of 2%, which is on average $80. So this is the end of my presentation, and we are ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Gloria, for your presentation. We do have at least one councillor so far that has questions for you. Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a couple questions for you. I looked at the map in Appendix A, and we see there are the three areas you have outlined. The full-time response area, the composite response area, and the volunteer response area. And so obviously we can't provide more than the full-time services. So that's kind of the highest level of service that we have. We can't provide more than full-time service. But is there a goal, or is there a desire in the other areas to increase the level of service over time? Or is it the plan to leave it this way like forever?
I believe the chief is available to answer service-related questions.
Chief Cunliffe.
Through the chair to Councillor Fire Chief Dave Cunliffe. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. So we're very fortunate here in the city that we have the ability to have a composite fire service. So it allows us to deploy staff, whether it's full-time, volunteer, or a combination of both, based on the risk profiles of the communities. So to answer your question, currently the areas that are in the green on the map, based on the change in demographic risk profile and growth,
Sorry, Chief Cunliffe, just to ask, I'm colorblind, so could you just tell me what level? Are you talking about the composite response area on the map?
Correct. Yes.
You've asked the questions through the chair, Councillor.
Thank you. Sure.
Yes. So thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, yes, the areas that are composite, what we've done is, and I'll use an example of Lower Stony Creek for specifics. So in 2020, we came before council and we asked that based on the change in the risk profile, demographics, and development in the lower part of Stony Creek, predominantly from Fruitland Road to the Grimsby border, that we would change that from a volunteer response area to composite. And so now we have both full-time and volunteer responding in those areas for the emergency calls. What this does, this gives us the ability to have resources, the full-time resources there within a very reasonable period of time, and it is offset with the volunteers who are coming. So that allows us to get what we need, what we call an effective firefighting and rescue force, and that's a minimum of 16 staff for the larger and more complex types incidents to be able to do the necessary operations that we need. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find that balance, if you will, between the requirement for all full-time versus volunteer, and it's to give the ability of the city to be able to deliver a reasonable level of service based on risk for a cost that is very much effective and efficient for the city.
Councillor.
Thanks, Chief Cunliffe, and through the chair. My question then is, if I understand correctly your answer, what you're saying is that, yes, we are expanding the level of service or heightening the level of service at times in given areas. So where there's a service where something might have been volunteer and we're moving to a composite model. And then eventually, because of the way, as the presenter said, with respect to some composite areas may become full-time because of the way that they change with respect to their density or their urban type. And so I noticed in the chart that was up there, there was more people are going to have their tax rate lower than they're going to have it increased. And so there'll be less money overall for fire, is the way I read this chart. How will you plan for future growth of the fire service when we reduce the amount of taxes going toward fire? What's the planning model?
So through the counselor, through the chair to the counselor. So it's not a reduction, counselor, in terms of the funding of the fire department. The funding stays the same, and it will go up on an annual basis based on budget recommendations. What it is, it's a redistribution of that cost to the taxpayer.
Councillor?
Thanks. Sorry, glad I misunderstood the chart. When I saw it, I thought that there was going to be a shift from full-time to, that the shift was going to be lowering the burden in a certain area. I'm glad to know overall it won't be affecting the fire budget. My question remains, when you decide you're going to plan to increase service in an area, how far do you plan to do that, and how do the different changes in the way that people pay taxes based on the service they deliver, how does that going to work? That's my question to you about that.
Thank you, Councillor. Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor. So we did introduce to council in 2019 a 10-year fire service delivery plan where we looked out 10 years based on the growth projections of the various areas in the city versus the risk profile, and then looking at our ability to maintain the levels of service that council had approved, and that in terms of our ability to get on scene and effective firefighting and rescue force. We are coming up to the 5-year mark of that in 2020, the end of 2023, and we will be, as we have, and I promised from the beginning, we look at it and do a review every year. In fact, in March, you're going to hear the progress we made in 2022, but we will be doing another risk assessment for the city in 2023, and then we'll be looking to update and further expand the current 10-year plan for another 10-year period, so that this council will see that projection. And really, as I said, Councillor, it's taking a look at the growth that's planned across the city, where it's planned, the type of growth that it is, based on the probability in terms of the risk level and the probability of different incidents or incident types happening in those. That helps us to develop the level of risk, and then we look at that relative to our ability to respond and resource those risks.
Councillor?
Thanks, Chief Conliffe, and through the chair. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that at the time you make a decision with respect to your expansion, you'll also be bringing forward a plan at that time for how to fund it.
Chief?
So through the chair, yes. So part of, as we did in 2019, not only do we come with a plan of the potential actions that we need to take over that period of time, but also funding strategies for those actions.
Councillor?
Thank you. And through the chair, my last question is, and that funding discussion will obviously include area rating and how you will phase in area rating?
Chief?
So through the chair of the councillor, no, we do not base our plans in terms of resource requirements based on area rating. It's all based on the service delivery to meet the needs of the risk and also the community. The area rating is just a tax vehicle that allocates the funds based on the service provided.
Councillor?
Thanks. Those are my questions. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Tattison, please.
Through the chair. Good morning, Chief. I have some questions for you regarding the borders. According to your map, I guess it's Appendix A. So if I were to look at a road, and this will be through a rural lens, my apologies to the city councilors. If I'm looking at, say, Trinity Church Road, the northern section of it, on the right is composite, on the left is city. So am I understanding that the people that are going to be in a composite, they're going to be adding basically $120 to their tax bill?
Thank you. Chief?
So through the chair to the councillor, I think it's probably better answered through the taxation relative to which properties, because what I can speak to is that the delineation that you see there is relative to the level of service. So as you have suggested, the ones that are in the green or the composite area will receive both composite and full-time, and the rural area will receive just volunteer. Relative to the specific properties in terms of what the tax impact is, I don't have that specific information, and maybe Gloria can better speak to that.
And through the chair, just for clarification, what I'm trying to say is on the east side of the road is green, on the west side of the road is yellow. Does that mean that the people living on one side are taxed at a different rate from the people living on the other side?
Through the chair.
Still be through Gloria. Thank you.
Yes. Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So if we move down towards, and I'm throwing this out there, Dickinson Road, there's actually an area where there's yellow on one side, green, there's an intersection, so there's yellow on the west side, green on the south side or the north side of Golf Club Road, and then there's volunteer on the south side, sorry, the north side and south side, the south side of Golf Club Road. So what I'm trying to say is that you're going to have 3 houses basically right there at that cross section, and they're all going to be taxed differently. Is there not some way that they can, because they're not going to, I don't think they're going to get different responses based on which side of the road they live on, and that's my question through the chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair. So that's exactly what area rating means. Different areas of the city receive different services, and then they are taxed based on that service. In cases like the one that you are mentioning, yes, is I don't know, curious that there are 3 intersections, but that's exactly what area rating means.
Okay.
And Chief, can you speak to the level of service?
Through the chair to the councillor. So what happens is in our computer-aided dispatch system, we have to have delineation points that is basically demarcation for the level of service, and we use the center median of the road to do that. And so that's why you see in these areas, you will see that you have one level of service on one side and another on another, is that we need to have a demarcation point. So to answer your point, yes, you will see 3 levels of service there. The ones on one side will get one level and the others will get another.
Councillor?
And through the chair, just let's look at a worst case scenario. So say there's a huge barn fire. We're not just going to get a rural response. We're going to get composite response if that's in a rural area. Is that correct?
Chief?
So through the chair to the councillor, if it's a volunteer response area and we have a barn fire specific, you will have a full-time apparatus that will be responding 24/7 with the volunteers to ensure level of service. You will have a full-time command officer that will be coming, and you will have full-time safety officers that will be responding, along with a minimum of 4 volunteer stations. And if it's a working barn fire, like you said, it will be 6 volunteer stations will respond with them.
And through the chair, can I just understand, is that going to be, we're not going to send somebody from Flamborough all the way to Glanbrook. We're going to respond from the closest station in the city. Is that not what we're going to do?
Chief?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're correct. It's the closest 4 volunteer stations right off the hop in terms of the incident, and then we'll bring the next 2 closest as for tanker and water shuttle. That's typically how we do it, but it depends. So just to answer your question, so if you had, let's just say, a barn fire in Mount Hope, you in fact could see the Linden or Rockton tanker coming over to assist in that fire.
I want to thank both of you for your responses. No more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kassar?
Thank you, Chair. Lots of conversation around service levels, which I think is very important. And I just wanted to ask through you a clarification question to the Chief that what's before us now isn't about changing service levels. My understanding is that service levels remain the same. This is a financial discussion. So through you, just confirmation for public consumption, please.
Thank you. Chief?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, you're absolutely correct. We have not changed any service delivery methods or any service delivery models. The only time we did that was in 2020, and it was in Lower Stony Creek, predominantly with a little bit of change in the Dickinson Road from 20 to Dickinson as well, and the airport proper commercial areas.
Right. Thank you. I thought that was important to clarify. And a follow-up on that, through you, Chair, to the Chief, could you just take a moment to clarify more, and I know you've touched on it, but what we mean by the varying service levels? Because although there's been conversation around it here in questions, I think it's important if you could just at a high level define what differing service levels mean in the different areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, please.
So through the chair to the councillor, thank you very much for this opportunity. So in the urban areas, and I'll define those as the former city of Hamilton and the town of Dundas, the folks that are living there will get a full-time response. And that means all of the apparatus that are responding with full-time firefighters who are in the stations or actively on duty at the time of the incident. For the areas that are getting a composite response, which I would capture as the suburban areas, they will get a combination of both full-time, so folks that are on duty at the time of the incident, and volunteer firefighters. Volunteer firefighters are not in the station at the time necessarily the alarm comes in. They're out living their lives, working at their other jobs, and they are notified and alerted, and they will respond to the station and then get the apparatus and respond in conjunction with the full-time firefighters. I should say that our firefighters, no matter full-time or volunteer, are all trained at the same level. The equipment that is used is all the same across the city, and so there is no difference when it comes to any of those types of variables. The folks in the rural areas will receive a volunteer response. And on Monday to Friday during daytime hours, we do send a full-time 4-person apparatus to every call in the rural volunteer area to ensure that we maintain the proper staffing levels, because Monday to Friday in a volunteer fire service sometimes is difficult because people are working during those hours. So we make sure we maintain the proper staffing levels. After hours, after normal business hours, the volunteers will respond, and we will respond based on different response protocols and have multiple stations doing that. But again, these are folks that would be at home or off doing things when the alarm comes in, and they will need to respond to the station to get the apparatus and then get to the call. So hopefully, Councillor, that helps.
Councillor Kassar.
It does. Thank you. And through you, Chair, one more question just about the financials on slide 9. Just the recommended model impact and the tax shifts. Wonder if we could just drill into the right column, volunteer to composite. Just at a high level, year 1 is an increase for that group and then a decrease in year 2. So just my question, Chair, would be some explanation on the thought process there in context of phasing this recommendation in. Thank you.
Chief.
I think that's...
I can answer.
Gloria.
Yes. Through the chair. So the fire budget has 3 main buckets. One is the full-time cost, the volunteer cost, and then it's everything else, including administration costs and so on. So what we do is to distribute those costs between the 3 services, full-time, volunteer, and composite. So when we do that distribution, because there are so many moving parts, there are properties moving, assessment moving, and costs moving, then this is the result of that. So if I want to redistribute, let's say, the full-time costs between full-time and the volunteer, then this is the result. What you see in the last column, you mean the volunteer to composite. These are properties that were paying the lower rural area, but they have been receiving composite service. So that's why they are seeing an increase, because they are actually receiving a level of service higher than they were paying for.
Councillor.
Thank you for the answer, and I understand that they are getting service higher than they're paying for. I'm just... If we were to move forward with this, Chair, and to explain to residents in that group why their taxes would go up 3.1% in year one and then down 2.4 in the second year for a total impact of 0.7%, which is a calculated reasonable increase given the recommendation. It's just, I'm looking for more clarification to understand the logic there, please. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. This is the result of trying to phase in the impact to the properties that remain in the full-time area. If we were to make this realignment in 1 year, then they will immediately see a reduction of 0.7, right? Sorry, an increase of 0.7%. However, by phasing in the increase for the full-time properties, then the cost get redistributed in such a way that initially the volunteer to composite properties get a higher allocation of the full-time cost. Then in the second year, we go to the allocation that the allocation lowers to the level that approximates what should be. So it's just the way the math works with the phasing.
I'm struggling on the math too. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Ward 9, volunteer to composite. It's seeing a 3.1% increase in year one, and then a minus 2.4 increase. And if you're trying to balance it out over 2 years, it just doesn't make sense. GM Zagarek, I'm sorry, but I was having the same thing. GM Zagarek, can you help us, please?
Through the chair. No, I appreciate, Mike Zagarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. I appreciate the questions because, again, staff developed these allocations and we understand the confusion as to why would one increase the levy on a property just to decrease it the year after. As Gloria has identified, this is principally a result of phasing in. If you had to phase it in and using the methodology in the cleanest form that Gloria is applying it, this is the outcome of the methodology and a 2-year phase-in. Options council or committee would have is to refer this back to staff, this particular component, the volunteer to composite. There's a relatively small number of properties, approximately 1,500 properties. We would need direction from committee regarding options. Options could include is to pass on the amendment in 1 year, rather than phasing it in and creating this challenge of communicating an increase with a subsequent decrease the year after. Is committee could direct staff to implement, if committee chooses to move forward with the recommendations, to implement an immediate tax shift or change for the volunteer to composite. Again, relatively small number of properties, would not materially be as great. The alternative is for committee, and I'll apologize to Gloria because this may create her a little anxiety for Gloria, but to waive the sort of clean methodology and to do a arbitrary 2-year phase-in of the net impact. So to blend it and phase it in over 2 years. So rather than have the increase and the decrease, is effectively have that 0.7% increase phased in over 2 years. So those are options, but again, what staff are presenting, what Gloria is presenting is applying that clean methodology. These are, and in combination with the 2-year phase, and these are some of the consequences of that approach.
Thank you, Councillor. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I think it may be worthwhile evaluating the clean methodology versus a clean communication methodology, if I could call it that, just to constituents if we were to move forward with this. So I think that we just need to think about next steps there, and I'm still digesting, but thank you for the response. And those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor, for helping us clarify that issue. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Chief Cunliffe, for the presentation. Some of my questions have already been answered, but I think I just want to put a fine point on a couple of things for the benefit of some of the residents in the Stoney Creek area. that may be watching. Number one being that any additional changes to the landscape in terms of composite and full-time those changes would be derived as the risk profile in the communities change. And then at that point, the corresponding taxation changes would occur after the changes made to the level of service based on the risk profile, if that is the case, if somebody could just verify that.
Chief Cunliffe would be the best one to deal with that.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, to answer your question. So how it would work is, let's just say, significant more development in Lower Stony Creek, and it changes the risk profile, then I would be coming to committee and council with a recommendation relative to being able to maintain the appropriate level of service. And then if committee and council were supportive of that, and then the corresponding cost element would then be added into the fire department budget, which then would be tax allocated accordingly.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chief. And through you, Chair. Operationally then, through you, Chair, to Chief Cunliffe, there is no change taking place in Ward 10, Stony Creek, Winona area. The only change would be that the levels of taxation, and that would be a Gloria question, the levels would actually decrease as a result of this going through. So operationally, Chief, no changes to what the residents of the community would expect from their fire service, but there would be a change on their tax bill, Gloria, in terms of the cost allocated to the individual residents' property bill.
Thank you, Councillor. Gloria, please.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. So then the impact that each particular property will depend on in what category they fall.
Councillor?
And also just wanted to make sure, Chief, that operationally there would be no change to what residents would expect in terms of the fire service. And I highlight this particularly because in certain areas of Stony Creek within the ward, let's say from Grays Road to DeWitt Road, those residents have been living under the impression that they are served by a full-time complement through Station 12. When they look at this map, what they may interpret it to mean is actually a service reduction. And I just want to highlight that operationally, we're changing the methodology of taxation slightly, but again, they're not going to see a difference, and there's still going to be full-timers at Station 12 that are still going to be responding today, tomorrow, the same as they did yesterday.
Chief?
So through the chair of the councillor, so the folks that you're speaking specifically about will continue to see the same level of service they have since amalgamation, where the full-time crews from the Highway 8 station will be responding to that area. In addition, they will also see, on top of that, they will see volunteers as well responding, and in fact would have seen some volunteers responding previously. What we have done is from Greens Road over to the Grimsby border, and this was based on the 2020 approval of council. We've made that a composite response area so that we're getting all of the Lower Stony Creek stations responding on the larger incidents, where previously we didn't have the Winona station responding in as well.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just to follow up on that then, Chief, in some respects then, residents within that Green Road corridor, Green Road to, I forget where the ending terminus was, they may actually be experiencing a slight increase in the service levels because now they're going to be seeing volunteers responding from Station 15 and Station 16 in addition to the full-time complement from Station 12. So a slight enhancement, even though on paper it looks like there might be a reduction, it's actually working to their favor.
Chief?
So through the chair of the council, where they would see that is for the larger incidents. So for example, structure fires and things of that nature, we will now have the ability to get more resources there in a quicker manner, and that fits the composite model. So it provides us the ability to be able to action a number of the immediate operations that we need to do at a structure fire, for example.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, my final question, and I think it's related just based on the fact that we are talking about taxation, which leads to funding. Funding leads to how we spend the money. Sometimes there's a misunderstanding that the apparatus at the volunteer stations may not be at the same level as the apparatus that is used in a full-time station. I just wonder if you could comment on the type of apparatus that are used. They're not getting the hand-me-downs or anything of that regard. We're using professional grade, top-of-the-line equipment in all of our stations, regardless if they're volunteer or full-time. Chief?
Thank you, Councillor. Chief?
Through the chair of the councillor, I really appreciate this question, councillor. So yes, so formerly there were times when volunteer stations would have trucks that would have been used in other areas within the city. Over the last 5 or 6 years, through the support of council, we have completely changed out the volunteer fleet, all brand new custom apparatus, same functionality as full-time. The difference is on the pumpers, they have a larger water tank, as I'm sure you can appreciate, because when we standardize our volunteer fleet, a number of them are in rural areas. The other premises, we still have some smaller vehicles in the volunteer area, which are support units, which we're in the process of changing out, and they will be brand new apparatus as well. It's important we make the investments here for these apparatus. The larger ones is a minimum of a 20-year commitment, investment, if you will, into the fire service, and it's both the same for both career and volunteers. So clearly, no differentiation relative to the type and the newness of the equipment and apparatus in the volunteer stations versus the full-time stations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chief. I'll just close out by saying that I think this speaks volumes to the excellent service provided by our volunteer service. I think that what we're seeing is that the excellent service that they provide is actually leading to enhancements within our response as a community, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark and Senior Tax Advisor Rojas and Chief Cunliffe. Good to see you both. Thank you very much, Gloria, for leading off the presentation. I just want some language clarity, please. On the recommendation A, it says that the area rating fire service be updated to a full-time composite volunteer model for 2023 tax year. Don't we have that currently, full-time, composite, part-time? Can that be clarified, please, through you, Chair Clark?
Yes.
What the Senior Tax Advisor is getting at, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Chair, Chief?
Maybe would be better if I.
For the Chief, whoever between the two of you, please.
Okay, through the chair. So we do have the 3 levels of service, but we only have 2 tax rates. That's why we are updating the model from moving from urban and rural rates to 3 rates, full-time, volunteer, and composite. That's what recommendation A refers to.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Chief Proculi, whatever we do here today, if the recommendation moves forward, the mountain community, nothing changes from the fine level of service that Local 288 is providing. Through you, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Chief, Gloria.
So through the chair to the councillor, absolutely correct. There is no change in terms of level of service or who is providing the service to the mountain residents.
Terrific. Thank you. Gloria, can you, between you and the Chief, can you explain the area rating review engagement? Honestly, I apologize if I'm a simpleton here and I'm very confused, but it says 53 engaged visitors ended up being what you based your percentage of recommendations on. You had 189 informed visitors. You had 305 that were aware visitors, and maybe there were other visitors of different categories. Forgive me, I'm just being a little facetious. Can you explain further? We based everything moving forward on 53 respondents. Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Gloria.
Through the chair. So the survey was open for almost a month, right? So many citizens explore the survey, they read the supporting documentation. The survey always has links to all the reports that have been presented to council. So probably many citizens went to the Engage Hamilton survey, they read the documentation, but they decided not to submit an opinion. We received only 53 participants that had an opinion on the survey, and while we are agreeing with the majority of participants, we are not necessarily basing this recommendation on the response. It was clear from before that the 3 levels of service needed to be aligned with the taxation. So that was presented in a report in 2021, and 2021 or 2021, and that's why council directed the staff to conduct the survey. So it is, the survey somehow, even though there were not many engaged participants, the survey somehow confirmed the model that the staff was planning to recommend, or that was preparing to council, which was the realignment between the 3 levels of service and the 2 taxation rates.
Councillor?
You're trying to tell me something, Senior Tax Advisor Rojas. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I absorbed most of it. Were the respondents mostly for the areas of where the composite volunteer firefighting is, or was this survey citywide? Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Through the chair, the survey was citywide. I apologize, I don't have the details of the survey right now. I believe they are included in the appendix. Participants were asked to provide where in the city they live and what level of service they received.
Okay. Chair Clark, listen, again, from a parochial standpoint, I'm thrilled. There's absolutely no change in the level of service amount. I'll leave it to my the suburban colleagues primarily in terms of the engagement, if they're satisfied that the small number that ultimately helped to form the recommendation here moving forward from a tax policy standpoint and from the future level of service standpoint, I'll leave it for them to further chime in. But overall, I want to thank you, Gloria and Chief Cunliffe, for this presentation. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Senior Tax Planner, Ms. Rojas. Could you explain, could you go a little bit deeper into the alternatives for consideration, which is one rate for the entire city?
Through the chair, yes. So let me see if I can. In this slide, we have the potential tax impacts of having just one.
Can we have this, sorry, Gloria, can we have the slide on the screen, please?
That's great.
Can we have it any bigger?
It's big on her screen, so.
There we go.
Thank you. So one of the alternatives for consideration is to have one equal tax rate across the city. This means that everyone will pay the same rate regardless of the level of service. This table shows the tax impacts of this option. Obviously, there would be a big increase in the services in the areas that receive the volunteer service, and a significant reduction in the areas that receive the full-time service. So if that was an option for council to consider, it would be recommended to have a 4-year phasing approach. Otherwise, the impact in the rural areas will be very high. So this table shows those impacts. So there will be overall a reduction in the properties that receive the full-time service, and an increase in the properties that right now receive the volunteer service and pay the lower rural rate. So there wouldn't be full-time, composite, and volunteer rates or areas. It would be just one rate pretty much it would be included in the general levy. There will not be any specific rate for fire. The fire levy will be included in the general levy, and this would be the tax impacts.
Councillor?
Okay. So I do want to be clear, service levels will stay the same regardless of how we are, literally this is a financial impact. So based on this, we're saying that year one, that wards 9, 11, 12, 13, and 15 will see significant impacts to their tax levy. What does years 2 to 4 look like, through you, Chair?
Thank you. Gloria?
Through the chair, this would be a 4-year phasing period. It will be equal impacts through those 4 years.
I see, okay. Through you, Chair, I do want to dig a little bit deeper into what Councillor Jackson was asking about in terms of the engagement survey. The engagement survey was 53 respondents giving their opinion. Of that, we do see significant higher levels of participation in wards 15, 13, 11, and 10. So these are the rural wards. But based on that, given your option 1, which was 48% of those were saying option 1, can we do a further breakdown? Because it could also mean that half of those wards where they've given their opinion also means that they are interested in other options other than option 1. Is that correct? Through you, Chair?
Gloria?
Through the chair, the survey was planned in a way that participants could agree or disagree with an option, but they don't necessarily have to agree to just one.
Oh.
So then one citizen could have agreed with option 1 and option 2, for example, or just only one.
My concern, through you, Chair, is that these survey results are inconsequential given the amount of the amount of respondents. So I think at this point it is around a financial decision around this council. So that's my concern, Chair. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just thank you to Councillor Huang for raising the alternate for consideration. I'll have to say that one of the assumptions I made in the last term of council in this work is that this was where we were headed as a city, is to eliminate area rating as it relates to fire services, so that fire services could be consistently allocated in terms of what residents deserve and need from fire across the city, and that we would see a evening out and equity as it relates to our tax policy and area rating policies in general. So thank you for raising this. Also concerned about the level of respondents to the survey. I also think that's inconsequential. It's 53 residents. That's not a lot. 50% of them, not even 50% of them agree to one option in particular. So I think the decision before this council really is where are we headed when it comes to area rating of services? Where are we headed in terms of meeting the needs of services for an ever-growing and expanding city, and where our urban boundary continues to expand? And also making sure that those residents and households that are in the rural area feel protected and get access to the services that they need. So personally, I'm leaning here. I don't have questions for staff other than thank you for the information on fire. The question that I do have relates to the content that's there on page 9 as it relates to transit, if I could, through you, Chair. So the report on the main body of the review that's before us highlights that transit staff will be bringing forward a report to the April 3rd Public Works Committee, and Director Cozen Heath has mentioned that throughout this budget process, that because of the not only impacts regarding the pandemic, but also generally speaking, our overarching transit strategy is up for reconsideration. And if I could just get clarity from staff, the report mentions that it's anticipated there would be a period of public consultation that would follow after the April 3rd Public Works presentation. The question through you is it anticipated that this consultation would include reconsideration of our current area rating transit approach, or would it be more generally around investing in the new strategy that's coming? How are we talking about money in the public consultation to invest in the strategy coming forward? Thank you.
General Manager Zagarek, please.
Yes. Through the chair, the option is that as our colleagues in Public Works Transit present their re-envision work, finance staff can take that work and apply the change in kilometers, recognizing we area rate transit by the number of kilometers of service within former municipalities. Subject to the outcome of the re-envision work, finance staff can apply that same methodology to assess whether or not the re-envision work is changing the allocation of kilometers and therefore costs in former municipalities. So that could be step one in terms of the outcome or consequences of the re-envision work. And in addition to that body of work, then committee and council could provide further direction in terms of any further amendments. One amendment could be urban rural, and so transitioning to an urban rural for transit. And so that as well was presented at last term of council. So some of that work has been initiated. Now, I do want to caveat that to do the financial work takes time. So as our colleagues in Public Works present the re-envision work, there will be a period of time that finance staff then have to work with our colleagues in Public Works to understand the kilometers, former municipalities, do that mapping, and do the calculation. So I just don't want to leave committee with the impression that that's a automatic exercise that can be, it's like a light switch. It can be done as simply as switching on a light. So that, through the chair, the opportunity is to take the re-envision work, apply the change in levels of service, former municipalities, present that information in addition to other options that committee may wish to consider.
Thank you. If I could, through you, Chair, then, General Manager Zagarek, thanks for that response. I want to respect that we can't just turn on a switch and get the information and move an investment strategy on such a substantive piece of work that looks to meet our resident needs as it relates to transit across the city. So are you suggesting then that we wait for the Public Works report, and then at that time it would be appropriate for staff to be, do you need direction to help move the pieces along that you've outlined, or is that work already underway? Thank you.
James Zagarek.
Yeah. Through the chair, we were anticipating that work. In part, we were anticipating that work from the direction provided last term of council. Last term of council, staff were directed that post re-envision work that staff report back with the area rating impacts of that work. So we were following that same spirit in terms of the re-envision work, recognizing that the re-envision work was impacted because of the pandemic. So through the chair, a motion confirms the staff reporting back, but we were working in the spirit of the direction previous term of council.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Ted McMeekin. Councillor, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Chair Clark. I just want to take a minute to focus in on what's before us, namely the fire service. And I want to personally thank the chief for the 90 minutes he invested of his time he invested with me to walk through some of the current and potential changes as may impact broader Flamborough and more pointedly Flamborough Waterdown. I appreciated, Chief, your assurance that the composite system is currently working well and that the response times, just around 7 minutes, are meeting the kinds of standards that we need to be meeting. And so I want to thank you for that. Can you just tell us a little bit about the number of volunteers that are involved in the Parkside Waterdown station, and and their status in terms of their ability to respond, as well as any plans for upgrading of equipment or training in that station, please.
Thank you. Chief?
So through the chair to the councillor, thank you very much, councillor, for that. So certainly, as we know, the Waterdown area has been a growth area for the city, and one of the things that we have been doing is transitioning it to a more what I would call the composite model that we have. So currently, we have one full-time 24/7 crew that is manning an engine, and as we transition and work towards getting the second station built in the Waterdown area, we have, based on council's approval in 2020, moved to a Monday to Friday full-time day crew to supplement responses, and they're working on the latter during that period of time. And then in addition, we have our volunteer complement that have been serving the area of prior to amalgamation, as you well know, and currently we have 31 volunteers that are assigned to the Parkside Station that are helping to provide resource and to respond on a regular basis. What we've done, and really the composite model and why it works well, is that having the convergence for the larger type incidents, we're able to get a minimum of four-person apparatus from both the full-time complement that we have and the volunteer complement, certainly during daytime hours when both full-time crews are there. And then after hours, we're able to, with the volunteers, the 31 folks that are there, we're able to get the required number of folks to help augment it. In Waterdown, as with other composite areas, we also bring other resources in to assist. So additional full-time resources are coming out of the lower city, the west end of the city, to assist on the larger events as well up in the Waterdown area.
Councillor?
Yeah, I would thank you for that, Chief. I would just add, Chair Clark, that the people that I'm privileged to represent seem to reflect very positively on the fire service, as do I, and the response times have been amazing. There's actually an incident that I can recall from many years ago when there was someone who had a heart attack in a medical facility. And even before the doctors could be summoned from the office to come and assist, the volunteer firefighters in the lobby of the medical center were already applying CPR. It was just an amazing story, and one that I think celebrates the commitment and effectiveness of these dedicated volunteers. So I want to thank you, Chief, and if you'd pass on to both the full-time complement as well as the volunteers, my greetings and the appreciation of the Ward 15 constituency. I'd be forever in your debt. Thank you. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Horvath, please, you're next.
Thanks, Chair Clark. I want to actually just reflect on what has been said about the engagement process of this exercise, and ask senior leadership team to be really thoughtful about how we better engage Hamiltonians when we're making changes to their services and their tax rates and all of that. And I understand that the transit piece is coming through Public Works, etc. But I just want to put that flag out there that we need to do a better job when it comes to engaging people in this city on issues that are going to impact them one way or another. I think that's something we need to do a little bit more work on. So I just wanted to put that flag out there. Thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Next speaker is Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Gloria, for your presentation. Talking about the survey and the consultation we had, and I was wondering, you said something that really intrigued me. You said that the survey was not the only consideration of picking option one. What were other considerations then?
Chief, what were your other considerations?
Through the chair, the councillor, I think it's better to be responded to by the tax folks. There was no consideration to changing level of service.
Thank you.
Through the chair. What I meant is that we had already identified the disconnect between the 3 levels of service and only 2 taxation rates. We had identified that, and we provided an information report, I believe it was in 2021. And based on that, then council directed the staff to conduct the public consultation. So we presented these 3 options. As I said, the one that makes more sense, it made more sense for us since the beginning, and then 2 other options, which were the no change or the equal rate across the city. I don't know if that answers your questions, Councillor.
Councillor?
It does, but I'm just wondering, the staff, you have option 1 is a better suited. Is that what I'm hearing from staff?
Through the chair, that is correct, okay. And then that's why we submitted a recommendation based on option 1. So we had already identified the need for the realignment. Then we did the survey, and that was the option that obtained the larger support, although obviously was marginal, yeah. And we recognized that there were not many active participants. But then it was important for us to receive the feedback, but again, we had already identified the need to make that change.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any more first-time speakers? GM Zagarek, are you first-time speaker?
Through the chair. No, I believe this is my 3rd time. I just want to reiterate what Gloria has described. Is area rating is a legislative tool that the province provides municipalities. And there's 2 tests as it relates to the appropriateness of area rating a service. A different level of service and or a different cost of delivering that service. What staff have identified as it relates to the delivery model for Hamilton Fire Services is that it meets both tests. There are 3 distinct levels of service and associated costs. And for that reason, staff are recommending transitioning to the methodology that's before committee. And again, just reiterating, it satisfies the test as a legislative test as it relates to area rating a service.
Councillor, follow-up?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for explaining it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no further first-time speakers, Vice Chair Danko, if you can take the chair for a second, please.
Go ahead.
So the first question, and I guess it would be to Finance, Vice Chair, is on page 8 of the report, Table 2, Ward 10, on some of the pages are not populated. Am I to interpret that if it's not populated, they don't have that level of service in their community? Because we have 3 levels, right? Full, composite, and volunteer.
Through the chair, yes, there are no properties in that specific service area.
Thank you. And if I can clarify, if I'm looking at page 9 of the presentation now, so that's the chart that shows remain full-time, remain volunteer, full-time to composite, and volunteer to composite. So we're really talking about 1,500 properties that are going from volunteer to a composite service. And we're talking full-time to composite is 37, and remain volunteer is 15,000. And the full-time stays at 122,000. So the people who are going to see an increase in their taxes, the residents who are going to see an increase in their taxes, will be residents who are living in a rural area, and they're going from a volunteer service to a composite service. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. So properties that remain in the full-time service will see an increase. That's because of the redistribution of costs. And then properties that were paying the rural rate but received a composite service, which is a higher level of service, will also see an increase of 0.7%.
So if we move forward the way where everything is right now, we're sitting at a 7% increase on our tax levy. And those rural residents who are going from a volunteer to composite will see another 3%. So they will see a 10% increase on their tax bill this year. The following year, it may drop by 2.4%, but this year it would be 10%.
The fire impact will be 3.1%, and yes, that will be in addition of any budget increases.
Thank you very much. And so to be clear, the folks who are living in these rural areas are not seeing any change in service at all. On the ground, boots on the ground, firefighters coming to their door when their house is on fire. Nothing is changing, but they're going to pay more.
Through the chair, that's correct, but then we have to recognize that they were paying the lower rural rate even though they are receiving composite service.
Well, I understand the rationale, but to the folks who are actually seeing it, they're seeing an increase now because in the past they weren't paying enough, so to speak.
That's correct.
Okay. So is Chief Cunliffe there?
I believe he's still on the...
I detected some interest in saying, this is getting really confusing. Why don't we just go to one service and everyone pays the same? Chief Cunliffe, if we went to one service model, full-time, what would the increase be?
So through the chair to the councillor, I don't have the specifics, but it would be substantial if you're suggesting that by doing that, that we would put full-time firefighters in every station that we have, because you're looking, I would say, on average, about a $3 million investment just for staffing costs of a single 24/7 crew.
And politically, from my experience anyways, residents can understand if they're getting a different level of service and they pay less. But if everyone's going to get the exact same level of service full-time across the board, you would expect that there would be an increase in costs across the board. And if you're making people in the rural or suburban area now pay for a full-time contingent, they're not getting that full-time contingency today. So they're getting what they're paying for. You understand, Chief?
So through the chair to the councillor, I would answer your question this way. What's happened here relative to the specifics you were asking the folks in the rural area that are now going to see an increase because they're paying for composite, the level of service that we are delivering has not changed. It's because of the previous taxation method. What I would also suggest to you, if you went to a flat taxation rate for fire across this city, you would have full-time fire. The expectation, I guess, might be that full-time firefighters would be in every station ready to respond. And I would suggest to you that they're, from a risk and an efficiency perspective, I'm not sure you would see the value for the money that this city would invest in that our volunteer firefighters do a tremendous job and have the ability to maintain the required level of service based on risk in those rural areas. However, obviously that would be a decision of council, but it would be significantly a significant investment that would need to be made.
So to clarify, if council were to say we're eliminating area rating for fire services and everyone is going to pay the same amount, for those residents living in the suburban area that were experiencing a composite service, or for those rural residents living in an area where it was volunteer, if they're now going to pay one fee across the board, their expectation is that you would now go to a full-time fire service in the municipality.
So through the chair of the councillor, I guess I would be looking for direction from council as to whether or not they would want the level of service to be exactly the same across. And if if the answer to that is yes, then it would be my expectation that we would be hiring full-time firefighters for every station. And I would suggest to you that at this point, in my professional opinion, that is not something that is required in this city.
Is not required because of a financial means, or is not required because of a risk means?
Because of
question.
Through the chair to the councillor, from a risk profile and a community need in the rural areas, a volunteer fire service can absolutely provide the necessary level of service based on the risk and the number of incidents that are happening in those areas.
And so, if I may paraphrase, the volunteer and composite fire service that we are providing saves taxpayers money in the city of Hamilton. If we were to go to full-time across the board, it would be a significant increase in cost.
Through the chair to the councillor, you are correct. I think that we are very fortunate to have the ability to deliver fire service through a composite model where we can match the risk versus the level of service that we provide. And again, I don't want to understate the value of a volunteer service and their ability to respond in a timely manner when they're required.
Thank you. And I have one question about finance. Do I have time?
I have not been keeping track. Go ahead and ask it now.
You see how kind he is to me? So the options before us in terms of financing this model of service that is put in these charts is either a 2-year phase-in, do it all at once, or a 4-year phase-in. And if we're wanting to minimize the impact on those 1,500 rural residents and 3,700 suburban residents, it would be phased in over 4 years.
Through the chair, and maybe I can ask Gloria if she can put up, I believe it's slide number 9, and I can try to answer the councillor's question through slide number 9. Through the chair, staff have presented a 2-year phase-in. We're in the hands of committee. Committee can accept a 2-year phase-in, they can accept status quo, or they could amend the phase-in period to a 3-year, a 4-year phase-in, subject to, again, I would assume the consideration would be some of the tax swings. And so a extended phase-in period would spread out some of the tax swings that are reflected here at the bottom of each of the columns. You'll see that with respect to the remaining full-time, it would be a tax increase of 1.8%. And so that could be phased in over 2 years or beyond 2 years. The remain volunteer, you'll notice that it's phased in immediately. And it's phased in immediately in year 1 because in order for staff to phase it in over 2 years, it would be an arbitrary factor that staff would have to apply to phase it in over 2 years. We are sensitive to applying arbitrary factors in that they are not defendable if challenged. And so for that reason, we presented it as an immediate reduction for those properties who would remain in a volunteer level of service. If I can jump to the last column, that is an option to the earlier questions regarding the awkwardness of a increase in year 1 followed by a decrease in year 2. We could follow a similar approach to the remaining volunteer. We could pass on the 0.7% increase. It would be a 0.7% increase all in year 1. It would require a one-time reserve contribution of about $150,000, but we can come back with the mechanics of doing so. So that is one option. So through the chair to the councillor, we're in the hands of council. If council chose to accept the change in methodology, council could direct to do it over a 2-year, over a period beyond 2 years, and with respect to the volunteer to composite, we could mirror the approach we are taking with that second column, remain volunteer, and pass it on all in year 1.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Second time speaker, Councillor Mark Tattison, please.
I only had one simple question. The green area represents the new tax area. Is there any way we can find out, get a map that had the old tax area so that I could know which residents will be affected which way?
Gloria?
Through the chair, yes, that map is available in the previous reports. If council wishes, we can send those maps by email later today.
Can I suggest that we do that, given that we have a number of new councillors around this table? Please. Councillor Tattison?
Thank you, Chair. And then just going back to the chart on page 12, that chart was made with the intent, I'm asking city staff, was that chart made with the intent of keeping the existing services as opposed to just going everybody full-time firefighters?
Through the chair, this report does not consider change in the level of service.
Right, okay. So this chart would not apply if we were to go to full-time service for everyone.
That's correct. That's maintaining the level of service, but having one equal rate in the city for everyone. So
And
everybody passes this.
Right, okay, thank you so much. And through the chair, I'm assuming the point that the chair was making when he wasn't the chair was that if we get taxed all the same, we should all have the same service. Is that what I'm getting at there? Is it inappropriate to ask you that, Chair?
I don't think it's inappropriate, and yes, that was the intent of the question. If you're going to pay full-time rate across the board, everyone is going to expect full-time service across the board.
Perfect, thank you, Chair. And then basically my point that I'm making is that this chart here does not represent that. So thank you again for that clarification.
Thank you. Just 1 second, please. My phone's vibrating. It's not on loud, but I can hear it vibrating. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of kind of summary comments from me. I think we're going to be trapped in this conversation about service levels and taxation until we align these processes that need to be separate provincially. And so I understand that we can't have these conversations as the exact same conversation at the same time. That's what the revenue neutral piece speaks to. But we can have these conversations on the same day. We can have these conversations in the same fiscal year. So we can have this conversation about, is it appropriate to align levels of service or increase levels of service with the conversation about how we tax. I'm in big favor of option 1 as is presented right now, because that's the information we have. I hear what my colleagues are saying about moving to a city that's not area rated, and I, in principle, agree with that idea. I think we need to make sure that we have a decision that we can pass to rural residents in that, and I just don't think, because we're not talking about levels of service today, and we've heard from the chief that that's not necessarily a conversation that needs to happen right now today. I don't see option 3 as the way to go forward today, but I'm really interested in us revisiting that in this term of council, maybe as we talk about that 5-year plan, to have this idea about how can we have service levels and taxation be part of adjacent conversations, even if they can't be the same conversation. And I think when we come to transit, this is going to be the same piece. So very supportive in what's in front of us today. I would be happy to move the motion if it's required to do the 2-year phase-in and average that out as has been discussed, so there's not an increase decrease. I think that is something I would like a report back on, but otherwise very supportive of the recommendations in front of us in their current form. Have no real questions, just want to pass that on to the SLT, that I think if we could align these conversations, particularly as we're doing around transit and the re-envision the HSR strategy, I think that's setting us up for success in having these area rating conversations. But when we don't align those processes, we're not set up for success. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, and I'd be happy to go to you for your amendment on the report itself if you so desire. Okay, are there any further second-time speakers? Seeing none, so we'll call the question on receiving the presentation. Thank you so much, Gloria, for your time today.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
My apologies to the chair. I didn't catch the mover and seconder for receiving the presentation.
I thought it was Councillor Beattie, and now I can't remember. I'll say Councillor Wang. There it is. And the vote is up on the computers. And that vote carried 14-0. So, Councillor Alex Wilson, we're now on the matter of the report itself, which is the recommendation A and B. And I thought I heard you indicate that you wanted to move an amendment to have the 2-year phase-in equalized, I guess is the best word. Thank you, Councillor Nairn, for helping me with that. Councillor Alex Wilson.
I would like to move a motion to that effect. I'm going to rely heavily on GM Zagrac as the one who kind of suggested that possibility on the phrasing, just to make sure we're not making staff's lives harder later, if that's okay.
Absolutely. GM Zagrac.
Through the chair, if I could ask the councillor, in terms of equalized, is the councillor referring to those properties that were in that last quadrant of volunteer to composite? Is
the 1,500 properties?
Through the chair, I'm trying to take the GM up on his suggestion. If you'd like to do it across all 4, and that's your recommendation of staff, I'm saying we do it across all 4. If your recommendation is to just do it for those 1,500, then I'm saying let's do it for just those 1,500. I'm, through the chair, trying to pick you up on your offer there.
Thank you. Wouldn't that not be a little bit complicated if we equalized the last option but didn't equalize the first 2? Our staff are conferring, folks.
So, apologize through the chair, just wanting to make sure any language we use is going to be executable. So with respect to the volunteer to composite, an alternative rather than having those properties have a increase in 2023 with a subsequent decrease in 2024, is the direction can be that the properties within the volunteer to composite effectively be phased in 1 year. It's an awkward use of language. It's really not phasing in. Be implemented in its entirety in 2023. So effectively, those properties would be like the remaining volunteer. There would be no phasing. And we can work with clerks and some cleaner, proper language.
Okay. Councillor Alex Wilson, you're good with that? Do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Mike Spatafora. And Madam Clerk, you're good on where we are with what the motion is? Thank you. Is anyone around the table confused? I'll go to Councillor Beattie and then Mayor Horvath, please.
Not confused through you, Chair, but I did have a question to GM Zagrac. I thought I overheard that there may be the requirement of some kind of dipping into a reserve somewhere to stabilize this change, and I don't know if that's required as part of this motion or not.
Thank you. GM Zagrac.
Through the chair, the councillor is correct. In order to execute on this would require, we're estimating approximately $150,000 in one-time reserve contribution in 2023. And again, we can work with clerks, but we can amend the language that staff be authorized to draw from the tax stabilization reserve up to $150,000 to implement. And we can blend that into the earlier wording. So again, the need for that is because of the 3.1% increase in 2023, we would have to offset some of the tax swings. And so it would be a one-time reserve contribution.
Councillor Beatty?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. And I'm supportive of the amendment. I just want to make sure that our wording is as tight as possible right now so that this is not coming back before Council or committee at a later date because we didn't do it succinctly now. So if that amendment to the amendment is agreeable, just make sure that we get the language correct.
So we could take that as a friendly amendment to the amendment so it doesn't get any more confusing, and I thank you for that suggestion. The next speaker would be Mayor Horwath, please.
Thanks, Chair Clark. Can I just get a sense then of what that number looks like in year one, phased in at once, all at once with $150,000 stabilization? I want to know what the number what it's going to look like. I mean, we can't pass something not knowing what it looks like unless we refer it until the recalculations are done.
That's an excellent question. GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, staff are just confirming the reserve contribution. It will be less than $200,000. It may be in that $150,000 to $160,000 range for the reserve contribution, and that would result in those approximately 1,500 properties experiencing a 0.7% increase. So the net effect of the 2 years, rather than the up and down that was presented to committee.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Chair Clark. There's a story that Daniel Boone was once asked, Daniel, you ever been lost? And his response was, no, I've never been lost. I've been confused once or twice, but I've never been lost. Picking up on your query, rhetorical or otherwise, about being confused, I think there's some emerging clarity here, and I don't think anybody wants to be obstinate about moving forward in a progressive way. I think the motion placed by Councillor Wilson with the addendum provided with the investment from reserves to soften the impact on those most adversely impacted makes some sense. So I just want to go on the record as having said that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. So right now we're speaking to the amendment that was put on the table, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my understanding, there's 1,536 homes that are affected by this, and now we're talking about dipping into reserves for up to $150,000. So that's $100 per house that we're essentially subsidizing their taxes for 1 year. I'm not sure what the purpose is other than just politically, because we don't want to pass on the tax increase that they're receiving services that they hadn't been paying for years. So I'm not going to support dipping into reserves for this just for political purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Horwath, please. Nope. Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Nan, I don't believe you've spoken to the amendment yet.
Yeah, if I could just get clarity on the amendment that's before us. So I know what Councillor Wilson moved, and then Councillor Beatty asked a clarifying question. I don't know if the amendment or the motion has been changed. So can I just get clarity on what we're voting on?
So through the chair, this is what I have, that the properties within the volunteer to composite model be implemented in their entirety in 2023 using the tax stabilization reserve to offset the cost up to a $200,000 limit.
Is that an A and B or is that a composite? Sorry, through you, Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, the question was, is that a all-in-one motion or is there an A and B there?
That's through the chair, that's all in one as far as I'm concerned, because it's just speaking to the funding of it, but.
James Zagarek.
Through the chair, it would be appropriate that it all be in one motion, as it would require, in order for staff to execute on the first part, we would require the reserve contribution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. And to be clear, the value is being equally shared over 2 years. So 0.7 and 0.7.
Through the chair, it would be similar to the Remain Volunteer. So effectively, those properties would receive a 0.7% tax increase in 2023, and that would be the base tax increase on a go-forward basis.
And the following year? Or would this just be a 1 year and we're done?
Yeah. Through the chair, 1 year and we're done. Similar to column 2, which was the Remain Volunteer, where they're experiencing a 2% decrease, all in 1 year.
Okay, so I would suggest that we have the amendment put on the screen if we can, because there seems to be a little bit of confusion. Councillor Cretch and then Councillor Kasari. Councillor Cretch, please, sir.
Thank you. I'm very confused, so I'll do my best to outline that confusion. Following Councillor McMeekin's clarifying confusing remarks. Can you just really be just as succinctly as possible, explain what the $150,000 to $160,000 up to an upset limit of $200,000 is being used for exactly?
GM Zagarek.
So through the chair, the table on slide number 9 speaks to if this was implemented in a 2-year phase-in, those 1,500 properties would experience a 3.1% increase. And that's how the financials were prepared, assuming a 3.1% increase in 2023. In order to amend that to a 0.7% increase, so blending year 1 and 2, for the first year, given that we would not be generating 3.1% against those 1,500 properties, we would have to offset that foregone revenue, and that is what the reserve contribution is. So again, recognizing that in the original plan, you would see a subsequent decrease in year 2, it's just to offset that foregone revenue that a 3.1% versus a 0.7% increase would generate.
Councillor?
So the only reason we're doing that is because we plan to do it. That's your point. So that's all that's happening here, is that we plan to charge people 3.1% based on this plan, and we're not going to anymore. And so we did 0.7%, and that 0.7% would be increased next year, and then would remain at that level going forward. So couldn't we just forego it? What I'm saying is, I know we had planned to have that money in the budget, but couldn't we just not have that money in the budget, so we're not taking money of the tax stabilization reserve? You know what I'm saying? If we change the plan, can't we just change it?
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, and this is my concern around arbitrary decisions, is that council is required to approve a balanced budget, and recognizing that there would be a shortfall if council were to amend the rate against these properties from 3.1 to 0.7, we now know that there is a funding shortfall, and effectively it would not be a balanced budget. And that's why we are recommending that if committee were to proceed with a 1-year execution of this rate change, that the first year be offset through a reserve contribution to ensure we satisfy the requirement of a balanced, fully costed budget.
Councillor?
Through the chair, thank you. So it's not quite what Councillor Danko said, subsidizing these individuals specifically. We're subsidizing the overall budget to make sure it's balanced. So this is to allow a 0.7% increase to happen immediately, and it'll be the ongoing rate, so that we don't have this confusing thing of 3.1 and 2.4. So the 3.1, 2.4 thing is confusing. So in order to solve that confusion, we're going to subsidize, make sure our budget still stays balanced by providing money from the tax stabilization reserve. Do I have that correct?
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, that's correct. And to Councillor Crutch's comments, yes, it wouldn't be a subsidy in these properties in that they would experience these swings. Maybe if I can try to illustrate what I understand the intent is, as it was, the question was raised to Gloria with respect to these tax swings. These are over and above the budget increase. So given where we currently sit at 7%, these particular properties would experience the 7% plus the 3.1%. So they would effectively experience a 10.1% tax increase in 2023. And for simplicity reasons, let me use that 7% again for 2024. When we're in the same position in 2024, they would experience the 7% but then they would get a reduction of 2.4%. So effectively, they would have a 4.6% tax increase. And so rather than having these swings, one option is to just implement it in year one and try to avoid the tax swings, the increase and then the decrease the year after.
Councillor.
Thanks. So in other words, we're using the tax stabilization reserve to stabilize the taxes in this instance.
Through the chair to stabilize the levy, not the individual property taxes. It fully supports a fully costed levy.
For the word levy stands in for the word tax, right? So we're doing the thing with the thing. Thank you.
So can I have a motion to do the thing with the thing? Thanks, Councillor. Appreciate that. Okay. Councillor Kassar would be the second time speaker. No, first time on this amendment. Go ahead, Councillor.
So thank you, Councillor Kretsch, for asking that question, and GM Garrick for answering. And I think the last thing, which I understand, is in year two, the reserve would be replenished. Is that correct?
GM Garrick.
Through the chair, not replenished, but not required. So it will be a one-year draw on the reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment has been properly put and is before us now. Councillor Jackson is a thumbs up. Councillor McMeekin is a thumbs up. On the amendment. See, my gremlin has passed over to you now. Okay, that carries 13 in favor and 1 against. Thank you, councillors. Just let me double check on my notes. Okay, so it is 11:15. Do we want to take a nature break because Mr. Zagaric is going to be starting his fulsome presentation when we come back?
So, sorry, through the chair, just on the report as amended?
Oh, my apologies. I always forget that. On the report as amended with the same mover and seconder, please. And that vote carries 15-0. Thank you very much. Now, do we want to take a break? I understand we want to break for lunch around 1 o'clock. So I'm looking around the room. Do you want to take a 15-minute nature break now? I need a motion. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. He wants to take a break. Councillor McMeekin wants to take a break. Thank you, councillors. And that vote carried 15-0. Let's ask that question at the end of the meeting today, so we are all on the same page. Thank you, Councillor. That's fantastic. Councillors, we are now back in session, and we are on to item 6.2, tax operating budget deliberation. Mike Zegeric, General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services, will provide the presentation for 6.2 and then take our questions. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Sorry, I was just checking the clock. Good morning through the chair to committee members. So congratulations on getting through an area rating tax policy conversation, because they are very challenging conversation. There's so many pieces to it. There are boundary issues, geographic areas, levels of service, and then the corresponding financials. So again, congratulations, and thank you again to Gloria for leading you through her report and through the presentation. I have a short presentation today. The purpose for the presentation is provide a bit of an update in terms of our current budget position. We were asked, senior leadership team were asked to review, and we have been reviewing accounts over the last number of weeks in an effort to try to reduce the levy or tax impact, as well as we were directed to review our gapping forecast given our vacancy rates for 2023, projected for 2023. So there are some proposed amendments that senior leadership team are putting before committee for your consideration. And then there are the remaining potential budget amendments that are tied to council referred items, business cases, and then some other proposed budget amendments. Some of these are housekeeping items as it relates to boards and agencies. And you might recall me raising this during the February 7th GIC budget presentation. So again, we're in the hands of committee as to the council referred items, business cases, other proposed budget amendments, whether you wish to deliberate and make decisions today or to defer those to March 1st or 3rd. On February 8th, Council approved the encampment pilot evaluation coordination response team, and that amendment, that represents an amendment of just short of $1.4 million, and that has now been captured in our current update. So again, as a referred item through Council on February 8th, it's now reflected in the update staff are presenting to committee today, as is the acceleration of the cycling master plan that was approved at GIC on February the 7th, and finally the waterfalls and special areas enforcement, again referred on February the 7th, and that particular initiative has a zero net levy impact in that the cost of approximately $490,000 would be funded through user fees. So inclusive of those amendments, we currently sit at a 8.9% or approximately $88.5 million net levy impact. So again, an 8.9% increase, and that would represent an additional approximately $88.5 million. Again, what is offsetting the 8.9% in part is the assessment growth, and again, a positive report, and that is part of the agenda today, is staff's report as it relates to our assessment growth of 1.6%. So the 8.9 inclusive of assessment, and for simple math, please do not just add and subtract the numbers. That's not how it works. Then we take that impact and we apply it across the various classes. You've heard me discuss residential, multi-residential, commercial, industrial, some tax restrictions, but what we've done for the purposes of our continued deliberations is reflected what this would represent for an average property. So an average residential property. And again, inclusive of those amendments on the earlier slide, our current position is 7%. And 7% for an average assessed property would be somewhere again in that $310 impact. You'll note on the agenda today is our annual assessment growth and report, and for the councillors, newer councillors, is just wanting to highlight some key messages as it relates to our 2022 assessment. So this is our assessment, and as well as our supplementary assessment. You might recall during corporate financials, non-program revenues, I spoke to supplementary assessments. This is where a property went from farmland to a development, and so there's a change when it goes from farmland to a development, and that in part is captured under supplementary as are improvements to a property. So you'll see that for 2022, staff are reporting net assessment impact of 1.6%, and net is, I just want to focus on net, is if there are any assessment appeals that are successful, that is applied towards this figure. And so what you'll see in the staff report is we are seeing a lower impact as it relates to assessment appeals in 2022 relative to earlier years. In part, it's attributed to the city participating more actively in assessment and appeals to try to preserve our assessment base, and that is captured in a business case that is before council. So as it relates to the assessment figure, this is net growth, net of successful assessment appeals. And then what we've done simply for this graph, and there's far more detail in the report, is we've tried to capture residential and non-residential. Why do we capture residential, non-residential? It has been a priority for councils past that to grow the non-residential assessment base. And so what you see before you is a positive trend, 2021 and 2022, that the non-residential sectors are representing a greater proportion of our assessment growth. Not to suggest we do not continue to be reliant on residential. You'll see in the staff report that approximately 90% of our non-weighted assessment growth continues to be in the residential sector, but we are seeing growth in the non-residential sector. In the report, you'll see references to that non-residential growth. It includes some of the fulfillment centers, and some of the expansions around the AGD are contributing as we expected as it relates to non-residential assessment. And we see other examples in other parts of the city, such as L3 Harris and Flamborough, that are contributing to our non-residential assessment growth. So in terms of key messages, yes, residential continues to be a driver to our assessment growth. Non-residential, we're seeing a positive trend, 2021, 2022. 1.6% total net assessment growth matches the highest that we've reported in the last number of decades, maybe last 2-3 decades. It was 2015. We reported 1.6%. A little different though, in 2016, while it was 1.6%, in 2015 we were at 0.9. So we saw a drop in activity in 2014 and then a subsequent increase in 2015. We're not seeing that variability in 2021, 2022. So just wanting to identify not necessarily perfect comparators. We saw historical average assessment growth in 2021, and we're seeing assessment growth that matches our previous high of 1.6% in 2015. Again, some positives in terms of assessment growth. Not only are we seeing the expansion as it relates to non-residential, as I mentioned previously, we're seeing fewer successful assessment appeals. And so that is a benefit to all property owners. Whenever a property owner is successful with an appeal, that is not foregone revenue to the city. Those costs get borne by other property owners. So we just spread that foregone assessment against other properties. So our efforts to try to preserve assessment is a benefit to all property owners. In terms of our current position, 7%, we continue to update this graphic, you'll see that a few municipalities now are noted as A, as approvals, and in some situations, similar to City of Hamilton, they are still deliberating on their budgets, and that's captured as a CP current position. And I don't believe we have any that are reported as a target. So you'll see in terms of City of Hamilton, we're somewhere in the middle of our comparator group, ranging from 2.5% to 7.5%. And as I mentioned on February 7th, some of the municipalities on the lower side of this comparator group are not experiencing the same inflationary pressures in that their collective bargaining terms do not align with other municipalities like Hamilton. So they are not currently bargaining and therefore are not making any assumptions with respect to the collective bargaining outcome, where City of Hamilton, we have reflected some assumptions for 2023. As I mentioned previously, SLT have been reviewing the various accounts and examining the council referred items, business cases. Maybe I'll take a step back. What SLT, in addition to reviewing accounts, we've been reviewing the effective dates for some of the council referred items, business cases. You'll note in some of the cases is it may represent a April 1st effective date or a July 1st effective date. The reasoning being, in some cases, staff are temporary. They're currently temporary staff, currently in these positions and may be transitioning to permanent staff. Consequently, they're reflected as an April 1st, assuming council approves the budget at the end of March. So in those cases, the individuals are currently in the position and they would just be transitioning from temporary to full-time positions. In other situations, the council referred item or business case may rely on additional staff. And so staff build in some time for recruitment for those positions. And so we assume in some cases a July 1st, and in some cases it may be a September. So we have been reviewing those assumptions given the tight labor market that we're facing. In addition, we've been looking at our various account lines as we prepared our preliminary budget, and as well as we've reviewed the council referred items and the ability to draw from reserves on a one-time basis in an effort to try to reduce the levy or tax increase. So the very first proposed amendment relates to exactly that opportunity. There is a Canada Day event. It's a council referred item, and staff are recommending that a portion of that cost, approximately $87,000, be drawn from our economic development reserve as a one-time in an effort to try to reduce the levy. So again, it's being presented to committee in consideration that the reserve has sufficient balance to fund this, as well as recognizing that committee will be wanting to reduce the overall levy impact to less than 7%. The second proposed amendment is, you may recall that there is a business case as it relates to our long-term care facilities. And that business case represents an investment of approximately $2 million on an annualized basis. What staff recognized is when we reviewed the business case is that there is currently a provincial commitment to March 31st, which is the end of their fiscal year. That commitment represents approximately $500,000. So consequently, we can amend the business case for 2023 to reflect $500,000 in transfer payments, which we have a firm commitment from the province to fund and support, which aligns to their fiscal year, and then we would await any further announcements from the province as it relates to the balance of $1.5 million closer to the end of their fiscal year. So we would be hopeful in securing the balance of $1.5 million. Our challenge continues to be just that alignment in terms of their fiscal year versus our fiscal year, or disalignment of our 2 fiscal years. So again, one option does not impact the level of service at the long-term care, does not impact the potential in terms of annualized. What it does is the $500,000 just reflects a provincial commitment for funding to March 31st. The balance, $1.5 million, again, we would be hopeful in securing for the balance of 2023. With respect to the third amendment, is Hamilton Conservation Authority had requested a one-time $300,000 funding investment as it relates to a particular capital project. Given that it is one time, staff are recommending it not be incorporated in the operating budget. It should be funded through a capital source, and that capital source staff are recommending being the unallocated capital levy reserve. So again, just matching the investment to the funding source. It's one time, $300,000, and so we would back that out of the operating budget, and committee could recommend funding it from the unallocated capital levy reserve. SLT has also been reviewing the various accounts and recognizing that post-pandemic, where we're seeing some decline as it relates to mileage, and as staff are participating more so in virtual meetings, is the opportunity to reduce our mileage budgets by 10%. I just want to recognize is, again, we continue to monitor this SLT as we transition through recovery. It's not quite clear in terms of how post-recovery will impact the various accounts. We feel comfortable in terms of the mileage account, but with respect to other accounts, such as training or conferences, we see many opportunities now for staff to participate in a virtual environment, giving more staff the opportunity to participate. So for those reasons, SLT is proposing an amendment to our mileage accounts of 10%, and that would be across all departments, and that would represent a $63,000 reduction. At the February 7th committee meeting, SLT were asked to review what we have budgeted for gapping savings, and in light of the vacancy, our vacancy rates and the tight labor market, whether or not there's a rationale to amend what we have budgeted for gapping. So gapping, again, just for the benefit of constituents and residents, is gapping are savings that we realize in year because a position is vacant. It could be someone who is on a maternity leave, a short-term leave. It could be someone who's pursued another opportunity. And then there's a gap, a period of time between that individual's departure relative to a successor filling that role. And for budgeting purposes, we assume for 2023, we assumed $5.1 million in gapping, slightly higher than previous year. We were at $4.9 million. We've reviewed our gapping, actual gapping savings from 2018, 17-18 right through to 2022. What we're seeing is what we expected to see in 2021 and 2020 because of the pandemic, much higher gapping savings. We expected to see that during the height of the pandemic, SLT took the measures of pausing on some recruitments, as well as some staff were redeployed. They were redeployed to the pandemic response. Consequently, they were funded through other funding sources, through provincial funding or federal funding. So that drove some favorable gapping figures. That drove surpluses in 2020, 2021, and at the time, Council set aside a significant portion of those surpluses to our COVID-19 City Emergency Reserve Fund, and approximately $35 million, which we are planning to draw on for the balance of the next number of years as we transition through recovery. So then we focused on pre-pandemic, and what we saw in pre-pandemic was our actual gapping levels were somewhere in that $7 million range to just short of $8 million. And so consequently, SLT are proposing an additional $2.155 million in gapping savings over and above the $5.1 million to better align with what we experienced in pre-pandemic. And the reason we're taking this approach, in part it's a conservative approach, but also why we are taking this approach is we do not want to create a pressure for ourselves in future years if we are overly ambitious with the gapping target and we build it into the operating budget and then cannot achieve, or we see lower vacancies that then will translate into a pressure. So again, we've arrived at the $2 million increase. So approximately in total, about $7.3 million, $7.4 million in gapping. And then what is before committee is two options. And I apologize, there's a formatting error here. There really should be an A and a B. A is, one approach is to take the additional $2.1 million and apply to reduce the levy. And how we could apply to reduce the levy is there is a business case before you for paramedic services. I believe there's two business cases for you for paramedic services. With respect to paramedic services, the provincial government funds 50% of the investment, but not till year 2. So the municipality has to fund the additional enhancement or service in its entirety in year 1. The option is to fund that provincial, so apologize, I'll take a step back. What is presented to you is the annualized impact. So recognizing the total cost of paramedic services, those two enhancements in 2023, recognizing that 50% of that will then be funded from the provincial government in 2024. So you might ask why, similar to our area rating conversation, why gross up only to reduce it half? Ideally, that is not the approach we've taken in past years. We've drawn from our tax stabilization reserve. However, our tax stabilization reserve right now is in a forecasted negative balance, so we don't have the option to draw from the tax stabilization reserve to fund the provincial portion in 2023. The alternative is to fund that provincial portion of approximately $2.155 million, and the benefit of that approach is it's one time. We would fund it from the gapping savings in 2023, and then the province would follow through with their funding in 2024. So we would not be reliant on the additional $2.1 million. And for that reason, it would be one time. It would not be an annual requirement of an additional $2.155 million. So again, A and B is really one scenario. The objective is to reduce the levy or tax increase, and the mechanism to do that is to apply the gapping savings to 50% of the two paramedic business cases, and that then would be offset through provincial funding in 2024. The alternative, which would not satisfy reducing the levy, is to apply the additional $2.155 million to some other capital, operating, reserve, or community investment. I would caution to do so for one time would be appropriate, but to build that in perpetuity would represent a risk in the hope that our vacancy rates return to a more normal level in that hopefully the tight labor market will ease. So again, two options as it relates to gapping. The first one reduces the levy by approximately $2 million. It's offset by provincial funding in 2024. The second option does not reduce the levy. It provides committee with an additional $2 million for priorities for 2023. So again, two options as we're directed to come back with. Again, similar to February 7th, is there are a number of council referred items, 27 items in total. Those 27 items represent approximately $24.6 million in necessary investments would represent approximately 45 additional full-time equivalent positions and would translate into a residential tax increase of 2.4%. Important to note that 2.4% is already reflected in the 7%, so it's not over and above the 7%. Business cases, 20 business cases with a net levy impact of about $6.8 million, requiring an additional 59 full-time equivalent positions, and that would represent 0.6% residential tax impact. Again, already reflected in our current 7% position. And then we have some housekeeping items. This is not approving, so let me break it down into the mechanics of this and for the benefit of staff as well. At some point, council will have to reconcile to what the boards and agencies have presented to you. It is not approving their budgets. It is reconciling to what we assumed in December versus what the boards and agencies have presented to you through the boards and agency meetings. That will represent an adjustment of 0.13 already reflected in the 7%, and that represents a series of adjustments and a total impact of $1.4 million. So I'll use Hamilton Police Services just to illustrate because it formed part of our conversations previously. You'll recall staff made an assumption. We put aside $2.2 million in a contingency in December because we expected that our forecast for Hamilton Police Services would be low relative to what we were understanding the police services were considering as a 2023 budget increase. There's a gap between the December documents and what the board presented of approximately $3.8 million. So we need to adjust to reflect what the board presented to committee for you to deliberate on the police services budget. It's a housekeeping exercise. Now, as you consider that gap, we have to net off our contingency. So we reduced that contingency by $2.2 million, so it's a net impact of about $1.5 million. So again, I apologize if I'm confusing you, but at some point we have to reconcile so that you can properly deliberate on the boards and agencies' budgets as presented to you through the boards and agencies versus what we prepared in our December documents. So again, the starting point was our December budget documents. Starting point was imperfect information. This reflects now perfect information to reconcile with again, information that's been presented. Just wanting to point out, because there could be concern that by doing a housekeeping, and there's some subsequent slides that would take us through that housekeeping, that you're approving the budget. No, it's really two steps. One is housekeeping to reflect the budgets as being presented to you, and then the second step would be deciding to approve or to amend those budgets. In addition, staff have reflected the staff recommendations of the living wage report, and those staff recommendations represented an impact of $353,600, recognizing there was a request for some additional information, but that too is currently reflected in our 7%, is those potential amendments to the living wage and for those particular positions that were captured in staff's recommendations. And then again, with respect to all of the council referred items, business cases, board agencies, living wage included, we sit at our 7% current position. And as previously identified, there are 4 proposed amendments from SLT that would represent approximately $950,000, just short of $1 million in savings. That would reduce our 7% by 0.09%. And with respect to the gapping, we're in committee's hands, but if committee chose to reduce the levy through the mechanics of funding the paramedic services, that would represent a further reduction of 0.2%, bringing our 7% down to 6.7%. So just wanting to take committee through a potential scenario, not suggesting that this is the outcome. Again, we are in the hands of committee as to how you want to proceed with the various amendments. And through the chair, I wasn't going to repeat through on the 7th. We went through the various council referred items and business cases. Staff are here if there's any questions with respect to the council referred items as well as the business cases. We're in the hands of committee on how you wish to proceed. We have 2 scheduled budget GIC dates beyond today. That is March 1st and 3rd, and we currently are still targeting budget approval on March 29th. So through the chair, that's the end of my relatively short presentation. Happy to answer any questions committee might have.
So to be clear, James Zegaric, on page 11 of your report, it has council referred items. 1.1, General Manager PED, Annual Support for Bay Area Climate Change, gross 160 and net 160. All of these items that were referred by council have not been approved yet unless it's indicated in that column in big bold letters approved.
Through the chair, that's right. And this is maybe a benefit for all staff, is again, we start with the budget documents in December. And then we need to reconcile to our current position, which would be the boards and agencies. And then we need decisions with respect to not only the council referred items and business cases, but as well, ultimately, with respect to boards and agencies, living wage, and some of the options that SLT have presented to committee for your considering, such as the gapping and the long-term care amendments. All of those decisions require a vote, and then those would be captured as amendments in order to inform the final staff recommendation report.
And so, Madam Clerk, if the committee today would like to proceed with items 1.1, 1.2, are we prepared to have those votes today?
Through the chair, yes, I can have those ready for you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the speakers. Councillor Alex Wilson is first up, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, just hoping to do a little bit more of what you were just doing there. I'm just looking for a roadmap of what our decisions are today. And so if that's okay, through you, Chair, I got a lot of very quick questions. And so just under the theme of where have we been, we've just seeking confirmation that we've already passed our tax-supported capital budget. Is that fixed, or is that coming back on the March 29th council? That's one and done, as my assumption.
James Zegaric.
Through the chair, that has been approved by council.
And then just again, a clarification is that could be reopened at that 29th. This is a first time councilor trying to do the budget here. Is it done? Can that be opened up again? Not trying to.
So through the chair, it may be Clerk McRae. I'm assuming it would be a reconciliation or a reconsideration in that council approved the budget, and so amending any project in a council approved capital budget, I'm assuming, would require a reconsideration vote.
That's correct. And 2/3 vote.
Thank you for the clarification. Again, just trying to understand the process here. And so the departmental budgets that are part of the tax-supported operating budget also aren't in front of us today because we've similarly given them approval. Just wondering, so are those coming back on the March 29th council, or are they in the same boat as the tax-supported capital budget in terms of they're done and could only come back with reconsideration if needed?
James Zegaric.
Through the chair, the departmental budgets are still before committee for deliberations. They are reflected in the 7% current position, global position. Again, that is inclusive of the departmental less any amendments, such as the the mileage amendments, such as some of the one-time amendments for business cases or referred. Those, for that reason, we need to capture those as amendments.
So we received the business cases, we haven't approved the business cases.
Thank you. And so just in front of us today, these are the outstanding items. And so there's 27 referred council items, 20 business cases, and 6 other budget amendments. So we've got a party there. 2 of them have already been approved at council. Just understanding what we're trying to do here today, we're not council, so we're not approving or rejecting those 51 items today, the decision we're making is if we would like to use the first and the third and today to ask more questions about those 51 items in anticipation of a decision on the 29th, or are we making a decision on those 51
We're
items
at
that
the
are not
will
yet
of
approved
council.
today?
So if this committee decides to proceed with some of these or all of these business cases, then they would be approved at the budget GIC meeting today and would be forwarded to council for ratification. If you don't want to go down that road, we don't have to, and we can do any number of different things.
Thank you through the chair. So we're passing on a recommendation to our later selves at council as to whether to approve or reject these items at council. Essentially, we're putting a recommendation forward to be at
That
council.
is
So
correct.
that makes sense to me.
So
Thank
if we
you.
approve it here at budget GIC, it then still needs to be ratified by council.
Thank you for the clarification. So the other thing that's in front of us today is these two options. So there's those 51 items not yet approved that could be approved or rejected. And then there's also the two decisions for gapping. And so those are the decisions predominantly in front of us today. So just so we can focus our conversation through you, Chair.
That's my understanding.
Wonderful. So I feel like I understand what we're doing here today. I feel like I understand what the first and third offer if we choose to use them. Just a specific question now about slide 9, I believe it is. I understood the general point that was being made with respect to how the HPS numbers and the removal of boards and agencies contingency and like the balancing act that's going on. So I understand the overall point that you were making. What I don't understand is the specific numbers in front of us, and I'm just wondering if that could be clarified. So is the 3.7 million what we anticipated would be the increase that would be requested?
So through the chair, I'm going to use ballpark figures because I don't recall the specifics. What we reflected in our December documents was Hamilton Police Services operating budget in excess of $6 million, north of $6 million. But we recognize that would be low relative to what we started to understand. We didn't have a definitive number. So rather than present a number that would under-reflect and then have a significant adjustment or pressure through subsequent reports, we built in a contingency of $2.2 million. What the police services presented was an operating budget, I believe, of $10 million, approximately $10 million. So we've reconciled from our $6 million and maybe 6.3 to about $10 million. That's the 3.7 million dollars captured in that line. But then we need to reduce or eliminate the contingency that we set aside in December for police services of $2.2 million. So two parts to the adjustment. We assumed just in excess of $6 million for police services. They presented a $10 million. So we showed that adjustment. But we made an assumption for a contingency, and we have to now net that out.
Councillor?
Through the chair again, I think I'm just going to rephrase what was said. I'm just seeking confirmation here. So we set aside $6 million, came in with 10. We had a 2.2 set aside to offset any increases above that 6. So this 3.7 is what was there just between the 6 and the 10, and then we get to take off the 2.2 further to that, but there's still a unplanned for 1.2-ish. Yeah.
Through the chair, that's correct. About a $1.5 million differential. Yeah.
Those are all my clarification questions. I may jump back on the list, but I understand what we're doing here today. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. We'll add you to the second time list. Councillor Cameron Crutch, please.
Thanks, and those were very clarifying for me, and I have a similar set of questions to ask. Hopefully none of these are rhetorical. You said something at the beginning of the meeting, if you want to approve those today. And I was conferring with colleagues before and during this meeting, and I really want to understand the process here. Every single time we're asked to approve something, that comes in the form of a report. And that report is really quite clear about what you're asking us to approve, what the recommendations are. For instance, you said today, some of these things are housekeeping reconciliations, and at some point we have to reconcile those things. Sure, and obviously at some point, the final some point is March 29th City Council. But what I'm trying to understand here, from a process perspective, from the ability for the public to legibly understand this so that they can reach out to us and say, hey, I realized today this activity is occurring today. I had some thoughts about that activity and I wanted to provide you my feedback. We might use that feedback to help make our decisions, for instance. Why is this not coming forward in the form of a recommendation as part of a report and instead happening ad hoc through this presentation?
So Through the chair, there is a recommendation report that is before committee. It's been before committee since December, and that recommendation report reconciled to what staff had prepared in budget documents in December. So it was based on knowns in December. What we understand is beyond the knowns in December is there are a series of considerations for committee. It could be the council referred items, business cases that will ultimately amend that recommendation report. The process that we follow is through the amendments and the voting committee, we would then amend the staff recommendation report to reflect ultimately the decisions committee has made, inclusive of council referred items, business cases, and any further amendments. So there is a recommendation report. That recommendation report will be amended once committee makes decisions with respect to each one of these particular issues, and then that will be before council on March 29th for final approval.
Councillor.
Thank you. And through the chair, so if I understand correctly, then let's say we don't say anything about this. Thank you for the presentation. It's been lovely. We don't have a March and a 1st and a March 3rd meeting. We just say, okay, lovely. Like we all understand clearly we don't have any other changes or things we want to do to this. What happens?
So through the chair, I would assume the staff recommendation report will continue to be before council on March 29th. It will reflect what was known in December of 2022, which went to inform the budget documents, and council then would be voting on those recommendations.
So just the December recommendations?
Yes.
So you are asking us to make a decision. I just want to flag that you are still asking us to make a different decision than the one in December, and that this presentation does include a number of other decisions for us to make. And again, I want to flag this. I've never been asked to make a decision yet here without having a recommendation report or a report in front of me in writing that says, this is the nature of the decision you're going to make. This is what the impact of it's going to be. Here's the historical background. This is the only time that we're doing this that I know of. I don't know if in the future we'll do it again, but is that correct? Like this is a unique thing.
Yeah. So through the chair, it is in that you have many unique decisions, and I understand the familiarity of recommendation reports, but you can imagine with 58 potential options is the matrix of various recommendations you would have. You know, you could choose all 58, you could choose none of the 58, you could, so to have a recommendation prepared for 58 different scenarios, that would be challenging. The process that we follow is, yes, there are decisions made by committee. Committee will vote on each one of these items. We will then take the committee-approved decision and we will amend the December recommendation report to reflect those decisions. So the December report is exclusive of council referred and business cases, in that those lie with council, making those decisions live with council. So staff have no authority to make any assumptions in our December report with respect to council referred items or business cases. And then with respect to reconciling to boards and agencies, and then finally, as an example, the proposed SLT amendment. So again, the challenge with respect to this process is to have a recommendation prepared for each potential scenario. I don't know how many recommendations, 58 options, the various iterations of 58 options. It would be very challenging to have that before committee. For that reason, we do seek committee's consideration on every proposed amendment, and then we reflect that in the final recommendation report that's brought before council on the 29th.
Councillor.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think we're getting to the answer to my question again there. I think I understand what you're saying, but we're not talking about providing more information. The final March 29th City Council meeting, which is going to list all these things one by one, isn't going to somehow then provide more information at that point, is it?
Through the chair, it'll amend the recommendations. Okay. So right now, that report is absent of all of these items.
Yeah, okay, I'll save my comments on this because I think I understand now at least what it is where the activity is, why we do the activity. I'll save my comments on the activity for whenever that's appropriate. So a procedural question to follow up with Councillor Alex Wilson was asking. I'm going to pick a specific thing out of here. No, I'm not. So, no. Say there was something in there and we all talked about it and it ended up here, right? Like, I'm trying to be as basic as possible. We all talked about something, we wanted to have more bicycles, and we were like, more bicycles, more Selby bicycles, not on the list. But we wanted to put it in there. And then we all voted like, no, we only wanted to have 25 new bicycles. But some of us are like, oh, we really want to have all of the new bicycles, right? So we want to lift this item. We're still kind of in the same meeting since before. So the procedural problem, as far as I can understand it, is that this whole process presents to us is, because we're still kind of in the same meeting we've been in since December, it's one long meeting with several adjournments. In order to change something that's come along here, we'd have to have a reconsideration. However, at the actual council meeting itself, when it comes forward in the shape of an amendment to that report, we could lift any item and vote on it fresh. We could have a lifting of the item from at the council meeting, because it would be during a ratification process at a separate committee. We would lift it and we would vote on it, standard, no reconsideration required. Is that correct?
Madam Clerk?
So, not to disagree with GM Ziegler, but the report that came on January 10th was an information report. On March 1st, the recommendation report will come forward with everything that committee has decided that they wish to approve. At that meeting on March 1st, it is my understanding that any item that you don't wish to approve, you could amend at that time or remove. Then whatever's decided at that meeting will be ratified at council on March 29th.
But we could undo an amendment at the council meeting by lifting it.
Yes.
You could approve something on March 1st and then change your mind on March 29th as well.
I just want to make sure that everyone understands, because we're all playing the same rules here, right? Mm-hmm. That at council, it's a ratification like every other council meeting. We can lift an item and we can re-vote on something or change that thing or whatever. Okay, great. Thank you. A question for you, James Aguirre, through the chair. It looks like we're having trouble budgeting for the police expenditures. Like, it looks like, if you just look at it, right, like, I'm not saying you're having trouble, I'm just saying it looks like, generally speaking, our estimates are off quite a lot, right? And we're trying to be like, hey, let's hedge our bets, let's have this pool of money over here in case our estimates are wrong. Would it assist the city if, in confidence, the Hamilton Police Services Board was to deliberate earlier and provide you with a more clear estimate in advance?
James Aguirre.
Through the chair, the short answer is yes. So if the Hamilton Police Services Board were to be able to present but to approve a preliminary budget, I would say before the third week of November, or somewhere around the middle of November, third week of November, then we would present a preliminary police services budget rather than making estimates.
Councillor.
Thanks, that's very helpful. I asked because I'm on the governance committee and it's going to come up as part of our discussions, I imagine. So I want to get a sense from you about that so I can inform that discussion. Two more questions. Assessment growth. Why do we separate this out in the way that we do? It seems rhetorical, or it seems strategic, or seems interesting. Could you expand on what's going on there and why we do it in this manner? Because of course it could just be part of the budget all along as just the other kind of taxation, but we separate it out in this way and then apply it at the end like something's happening. So can you explain that why?
James Aguirre.
Yeah, so through the chair, great question, because municipalities approach assessment growth in different manners. We apply it to reduce the overall levy or tax impact for all property owners. Some municipalities try to apportion the assessment growth to those services that are impacted by growth. And so rather than the $16 million being applied to reduce the levy, it still is applied to reduce the levy, but it's reflected in the various program areas. The challenge with that approach, based on my conversation with those municipalities that follow that approach, is there's not a perfect science as to which program areas are impacted cost-wise with respect to assessment growth. Yes, makes common sense as there's more properties, and for instance, waste collection has to go and service and pick up more waste and more properties. There's an incremental cost to waste collections as it relates to growth. But again, they're tends to be two approaches municipalities follow. One is to reduce, just apply to reduce the overall levy request, which is the City of Hamilton's practice. The other is to apply the $16 million to program areas that are impacted by growth. The net outcome should be, theoretically should be the same. If, for instance, waste collection had a $100 impact because of growth, you would take $100 of assessment growth and you would apply it to mitigate that $100. So net outcome should be the same. It's just how you get there. And again, the principal reason that some municipalities follow the practice we follow, it is very challenging to get consensus with respect to which program areas are impacted as it relates to growth.
Thank you. You have 30 seconds, Councillor.
Great, so we're doing it because we want to show how we're differentiating ourselves from other municipalities. Thank you. So the last thing is about passive gapping savings versus active gapping savings. I understand there to be two kinds of gapping going on. A passive gapping, which occurs because, whatever, time. We can't hire someone fast enough. It's not something we have control over. But we get a savings from that passive situation. Although there's also active gapping savings, which are like pausing jobs and things like that, right? That we're purposefully trying to get a gapping savings. Maybe that's not the most clear term in that case. What does the savings that you're speaking to here represent exactly? What kind of gapping savings?
GM Zegeric.
So through the chair, I'm not familiar that we implement active gapping savings, with the exception of during the pandemic, where we paused. So that was very time limited. There may be, through variance reports, that department heads may take active gapping savings if they're projecting a year-end unfavorable variance, but that tends to be reported through the variance report to say our revenues are down by 25% because we're seeing a decline in activity, and so we are pausing the hiring of 3 positions because the demand for that program is not there, and so that could be a scenario. But again, a particular situation where we've implemented active gapping savings doesn't come to mind. It tends to be passive gapping savings, recognizing that, generally speaking, they're the same factors. It's short-term leaves, maternity leaves, individuals pursuing other opportunities. And for that reason, we just take a sort of historical approach, which is that $5.1 million. The additional 2.1, I would categorize as passive as well.
Councillor, you want to be added for a second time? No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Wang is up next, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just have a couple of questions around different slides. So slide 13, 2.8, which is housing services, cold alert response. Wasn't this approved and spent through you, Chair?
GM Zegeric.
Through the chair, if I could ask Councillor Wang again, which slide?
That one, 2.8, very bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a motion. How it's captured here, it was a motion referring it to the budget process, but I would have to check with
Oh, I thought
Clerk
that we had
McRae.
already spent it because it was meant to be like an emergency situation to keep our cold alert going.
Through the chair, we can take that offline and just review that motion.
Okay. Moving on to council referred item 6.3, which is on slide 16. Corporate finance, recruitment and retention. How does our collective bargaining process factor in here? Because that may be a challenge to our levy. Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll invite Executive Director Fontana maybe to start, and then if there's any financial questions, I can try to answer those.
ED Fontana.
So through the chair, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. You may recall, Councillor Wang, the collective bargaining mandate was before you some time ago. The committee has been provided with a bargaining mandate and they've taken that away. So that is separate and apart from the recruitment and retention strategy. It's been built into the budget separately, as I understand. So the mandate has proceeded. In fact, we have started our collective bargaining process with QP 5167. So that's underway, and then the recruitment retention strategy is for the non-union group primarily.
Oh.
And through the chair, maybe if I can just expand, and Executive Director Fontana is correct in that the collective bargaining mandate and those assumptions are reflected in the departmental budgets. So we built the 2023 departmental budgets assuming that mandate.
Oh, so just to clarify, Chair, that what we're saying is that 7% already includes the mandate. So that's at the top end of that mandate, and it could be.
And the mandate remains confidential.
Yes. I mean, I'm just saying that if it's at the top end of the mandate, that's been built into the 7%?
So through the chair, the mandate has been built into,
I see.
into the departmental budgets, which in part reflect the 7%.
Ah, okay. Thank you. That was very clarifying. Thank you, Chair. My last question goes back to slide 7, where we talked about mileage. And I know that you had made a mention of mileage being affected. So I'd like to just understand, Chair, that the reduction is a 10% across all of the different departments, totaling a reduction of 63,000?
Through the chair, that's correct. In recognition that mileage is not discretionary mileage. For the most part, mileage relates to staff who are performing their day-to-day services out in the community, but recognizing that for a portion of staff, we are leveraging automation and technology, and so consequently we're seeing less of a need to go and attend an off-site meeting, and so for that reason we're recommending the adjustment, 10% adjustment. Again, just wanting to reiterate, mileage for the most part is not discretionary. It really is there to support the day-to-day service delivery out in our community.
Councillor?
Thank you. There was, through you, Chair, could we increase that, given that, as you just said, we are doing more in a potentially hybrid format?
So through the chair, where we saw the upper limit is 15%. And our ask would be to continue to monitor this through 2023. Hoping 2023 reflects a more normal full year, and then come back in 2024 if there's an opportunity to amend it further. But again, what we saw was that range of 10 to 15%.
Okay.
Councillor?
I think then my last question is a bit of a clarification on, again, when we're voting, because I believe in terms of the amount of information that we're getting, the one that I'm intensely interested in is the police budget. So I'd really like to understand, do we pull that out at the time to vote on it separately, or do we still have to have that be bundled in with all of these deliberations?
GM Zagarek, you want to walk us through the police service budget?
So through the chair, again, two parts to it. Is the alignment would be before committee as item number 1 under other budget amendments. And again, our anticipation was at the appropriate time to go through each one of these amendments. So that would be that housekeeping amendment to reflect the Police Services Board budget. And then at the end of all the amendments is Council can make a decision with respect to the housekeeping, then Council can make the decision with respect to the Police Services global operating budget. And again, I believe there's a report coming March 1st, and that staff were asked just to describe that process. And I believe that is, we are hoping to bring that forward either March 1st or 3rd.
Thank you. That is a lot more clear for me anyway. Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
And to be clear, Budget GIC has not approved the police budget yet, correct?
Through the chair, I don't believe Budget GIC has approved any amendments to date. So again, these all are live. I'll describe them as live. And as I understand, and I'm not the clerk, is that GIC, there's opportunity to make further amendments at any time before it is sent to council for ratification.
At the budget GIC.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you help us?
I agree with, through the chair, what GM Zegeric said is what I understand to be the truth as well. And I also do have answers to Councillor Wang's original question when
Please.
we're done. So so subsection D of what was approved at ENCS on December 1st was that consideration of a contribution up to a maximum of $125,000 annually to support the cold alert response be referred to the 2023 council operating budget deliberations to be funded from the operating levy.
Councillor?
Sorry, and while you have that still up, LC McCray, we did already approve and spent this year's amendment, correct?
So through the chair, that up to a maximum of $125,000 for the cold alert response between December 2022 and March 2023 be funded from any available 2022 Housing Services Division or Healthy and Safe Communities departmental surplus or through the tax stabilization reserve should a surplus not be realized. So that was approved, but subsection D was that going forward on an annual basis to be referred to the budget process.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and General Manager Zegeric. Thank you again for your steady hand on the helm of the ship, and appreciate your update here today. If it helps pause, I really appreciate the line of questioning on process and procedure from the new members of council, and I say this very sincerely. They're miles ahead of where I was over 30 years ago when I began here, so I say that very genuinely. I've always used the term, Mike, that every meeting we have as GIC budget, whatever we may do, whatever recommendations we may accept, for me it's Chair Clark moving to the next round, and then the next round until final decision making, in this case, March 29th. But anything in between that we send to the next round is still open for debate. Through you, Chair Clark, using my own words. Is that a fair assessment, General Manager?
GM Zegeric.
So through the chair, that is my understanding of the process as it relates to GIC, as long as those deliberations occur in the budget GICs.
Perfect. Thank you, General Manager. If that possibly helps the edification for some of the new members as well. So, General Manager, let me just do a quick, let me rewind the story here, and let me just start again in December. And you'll appreciate this, GM, because I need an understanding. The first recommendation, the first report that Councillor Kretsch was getting at before Christmas, I believe staff recommended overall a 6.4% increase. About 3-4 weeks ago, following the journey here at Chair Clark, we got down to about 5.4% in the budget reductions that staff very generously and with extra due diligence brought forward. And then afterwards, a couple of weeks ago, when we last, I think, seriously met for the budget, we zoomed back up to 6.7%. And starting today, General Manager, we on slide 4, we're at 8.9%. First of all, is that all fairly accurate? I know we're not at 8.9 right now based on your presentation with the additional slides, but can you help me understand how the 6.7 got to 8.9 through you, Chair Clark, please?
That's a fair question. GM Zegeric.
So through the chair, and the councillor's right with respect to the numbers, but maybe not the context in terms of process. And we started with the previous term of council, we presented an outlook for 2023, and that was 6.9%. So in the fall of 2023, we were looking forward, and because of the same themes that have been shared with this council is inflation, investment opportunities, supply chain, infrastructure, and a series of council priorities. From the fall to December, when staff were preparing the budget documents, what we could present in the form of budget documents and that recommendation report that's in the form of an information report is what council had approved previously, including some inflationary maintenance, such as departmental budgets, and some assumptions with boards and agencies. That is what informed our December position of 5.4%. What that did not include was any adjustments to properly reflect boards and agencies. We made some assumptions, and there was some differences, principally with Hamilton Police Services, as well as the amendments were with respect to infrastructure. And so we approved, I believe, a 0.92%, and I'd have to go back to the fall whether we assumed a 0.5% infrastructure levy. With respect to all of the business cases and council referred, those business cases and council referred items and the investment would not have been in the 5.4%. And they're a major factor in the differential between, really, it's 7%. So for comparison purposes, we always present the residential tax increase. It's the 7% that should be compared to the 5.4% in December to the 6.9% in the fall of 2022. And what's driving that difference is the police services request, the business cases, and the council referred items. Those are principally the driving factors to the difference.
Okay, thank you so much, General Manager. I think that kind of refresher and clarification, at least for me, is very important. And why I referenced 8.9, that was, of course, before your assessment growth assumption of 1.6, which I think the past council deserves some credit for in terms of, even through the pandemic, Chair Clark, as you know, investments were coming to our city, new investments, and retention of existing businesses that were expanding. A couple of more questions, if I could please, General Manager. On slide 7, about the bullet point regarding the long-term care homes, I'm going to give a very quiet thank you to the current Minister Calandra for the $501,000 coming towards our two excellent long-term care homes. Through you, Chair Clark. So the anticipation is, based on historic outcomes, the 1.5 is hopefully in order by the end of the provincial calendar year, which I believe is April 30th. Through you, Chair Clark, for further information.
James Garrick.
So through the chair, I'll pick up on some of Councillor Jackson's words. Is what we have a firm commitment on is the $5 million, or sorry, $500,000, 500,000. That brings us to March 31st, the end of the fiscal year for the province. What we are hopeful is the provincial government will continue their practice of funding these costs for the balance of 2023, which would represent an additional $1.5 million. Why haven't we assumed it? Is we do not present assumptions in terms of the overall position unless there is some written commitment from the provincial government or from the minister committing to these costs. Okay. And for that reason, exclusive of a commitment, we still show the $1.5 million as a pressure, hoping that the provincial government continues to fund these programs as they are to the end of March.
Thank you, Mike, for clarifying that. My apologies. It's March 31st, the provincial calendar versus I said April 30th, March 31st. Slide 8, quickly, Chair Clark, please. The paramedic situation. You're suggesting using the 2.155 towards helping us with the paramedic impact, the budget pressure from the paramedic business cases. Is there any opportunity, have you chatted with, I'm sure you have, General Manager, with Chief Sanderson, any opportunity of phasing, if approved, some of those hires? Through you, Chair Clark, please, to the General Manager.
Thank you. James Aguirre.
Yeah. So through the chair, we have had the conversation, and that is an opportunity or option for council. Here's the foregone opportunity if you phase it in. If, for instance, the 2 business cases were phased in with a not half year, but let's say 1/4 year. The way that the funding works with paramedic services, it's not your actual costs by your budgeted costs that the provincial government funds 50% on. So by reducing the budget, you actually reduce the subsidy you're going to receive the subsequent year. So we had a bit of this conversation in 2022 to say, is there an opportunity to reduce the budget? We did the analysis and staff recommended not reducing the budget in that you forego the provincial funding then till 2025. It'd be phased in over 2025. So this strategy, if I can summarize,
Please.
This strategy maximizes the provincial funding.
Okay.
And the option that's before you presents an option to use one-time funding, gapping funding, to reduce the 2023 impact with the expectation that the provincial government will step into that space and fund that starting in 2024.
Thank you, Mike. I guess, Chair Clark, where I was coming from, again, for the new members of council possibly, often, as you know, Mike, if we have approved 10 new hires, let's say paramedics, the chief says, look, I can't get them trained and on the road until September, hence we could save 3/4 of this year's budget pressure. That's where I was coming from in that standpoint.
Yeah. So through the chair, completely understand the question. We've discussed it as well. Is there an opportunity to reflect this differently? The challenge is to reflect this differently in recognition of maybe a delay in the hiring of these positions, delays the provincial funding.
Okay, I don't want that. Okay.
And to do something differently, we wouldn't satisfy the requirement of a fully funded budget. And so I completely understand the question.
Thank you, GM.
Because we've discussed this over a number of meetings with paramedic services.
I'm glad to conclude right now, Chair Clark. Thank you, GM, for all your answers. I'm glad at least a segment of living wages in there, assumed the $353,000. I know there was talk about increasing that amount. We can get to that later. And lastly, for my colleagues, Halton and Burlington, much richer municipalities, have approved a 7.5% increase. I just highlight that. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Councillor Ted McMeekin, please. Are you there, Councillor?
Chair Clark, thank you. And Toronto, I think, has come in at 7.5 as well, although they're still having some discussions, as I understand it. I understand like Councillor Kretsch here around process, and I want to focus just a bit on the police budget side. There was a question, and I think the answer was yes, if there was a different process in terms of when the Police Services Board would submit their initial budget that would help us with the budgeting process. I think November was mentioned. Have we ever asked them through you, General Manager Zakaric, to actually do that, to submit their budget earlier? Are we engaged with them on that process question?
Thank you. GM Zakaric.
So through the chair, we engage with Hamilton Police Services on a number of fronts. In a typical year, Council will provide a guideline to city departments and boards and agencies. We didn't take that approach for 2023 in that it was an election year, not uncommon. Some municipalities forego a guideline during an election period. So typically that exchange occurs in the, I'll suggest, early fall, in that Council will be asked to approve a guideline for city departments, boards, agencies. That then would go towards their development, the police services development of their budget and their deliberations with their board. It's really subject to the timing of convening their board as it relates to whether or not they can align with a November approved budget. Another factor would also be with respect to Hamilton Police Services, another alignment we made a number of years ago was multi-year budgets. Hamilton Police Services have been preparing multi-year budgets, and that's in part what we rely upon. But again, there are changes, as there are with city departments, and what we saw was, with respect to Hamilton Police Services, some changes in the level of resources and staffing that contributed to the differential. So through the chair to the councillor, yes, there is alignment with respect typically with a guideline. There's an opportunity to align with the presentation of our budget in December, but that would be contingent upon the Police Services Board approving a preliminary budget in November in order for staff to incorporate that into our budget documents.
Okay, so just learning from that, can we agree going forward that we'll accentuate with the Police Services Board the importance of getting earlier figures? Is that a reasonable thing to focus on? I appreciate the fact that it was an election year and maybe we changed the process a little bit, but I'm just picking up on the point that somebody made that maybe that would be helpful.
So through the chair, yes, we can work with police services in terms of communicating those timelines in order to be incorporated into our budget documents, which again are normally prepared the end of December, hence the November reference. As well, I'll just say the other opportunity is with respect to good multi-year budgeting. If there is good multi-year budgeting, that as well provides the opportunity to reflect more accurate estimates.
I appreciate that. So based on the multi-year budgeting and any other process considerations, if you get a gap of $3.8 million, that's significant, obviously. And I'm wondering, what was the primary, was it staffing or was it capital? What's the primary reason for that 3.8 million above anticipated costs?
James Garrick.
So through the chair, I'd have to go back. I believe in part it was just the estimation. We would have used historical actuals, as well as I believe there was an annualization of positions that were approved in 2022 with some additional positions approved by the board in 2023. So in addition to inflation and collective bargaining, and given the heavy weight of employee-related costs for Hamilton Police Services, I would expect it was principally driven by staffing.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm trying to recall when the Chief Bergen made his presentation, he spoke, I think he used the word caveat, if there was an acceptance of certain capital budget items, that his projected increase would come down. And as I recall, I think it was a significant reduction. Is that materializing in terms of the budget process?
So through the chair, what I understood that slide is the suggestion was not to forego those capital investments. The question was where to reflect the cost of financing those capital investments. And it was presented in that council could consider those as Hamilton Police Services capital costs or City of Hamilton capital costs. So again, it would not represent any change to the levy or the required tax increase. It would represent a change in terms of where you would capture the cost of those capital investments. Would you capture them as it relates to Hamilton Police Services, or would you capture them as an example in Public Works because it relies heavily on facilities and fleet? Would it now be a pressure in Public Works? Our practice has been to reflect it according to the service that is requiring those investments. And for that reason, city staff are suggesting the status quo and continuing to report those costs as Hamilton Police Services costs.
That's helpful. Thank you. Chair, through you to Mr. Zakaric, reference to staffing as part part of your previous answer. And collective bargaining, unlike some other municipalities, being a full-blown concern here in Hamilton, and the impact of that on a lot of our budget items. How many new full-time equivalents in total are we anticipating? And maybe it ties into Councillor Jackson's phasing a question around how we can perhaps realize some potential savings. I know when I ran my bookstore business for 9 years, when things got tough, the last thing they did was go out and hire new staff, particularly if you were already fully staffed. And the other thing you tried to do was find ways to increase revenue. So I guess a two-part question. One would be around in terms of the total number of full-time equivalents we're looking at, the potential phasing, and I'll move on to my third question to revenue. But let's, for the moment, talk to staffing.
So, Councillor, can I get clarification? You're talking about the number of full-time equivalents that are attached to the budget proposals that we have here, or the total number that we're trying to rehire?
No, I think the total of the number we're trying to hire.
Okay, Executive Director Fontana.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not really sure I totally understand the question. 75% of our workforce is unionized. We have a number of vacancies. I'm not really sure the exact number, but in terms of the attrition rates, which was shared with council some time ago, we have approximately 11.3% attrition rate currently, and that includes union and non-union. It's slightly higher for the non-union group. But what that equates to in terms of the number of vacancies that we have, I don't have that exact number.
Councillor, does that help?
Yeah, it helps. It's an obvious question, and I think a couple of my colleagues have referenced it, at least in passing. And you know, sometimes maybe you can't always fulfill a position, although it's invariably to our advantage to be able to do so. I guess my next question, Mr. Zakaric, would be to, we've had a lot of talk over the last couple months about Bill 23 and the potential impact. Are the costs that we might incur based on Bill 23 increased in our overall, with the SLT and the gapping projected 6.7% increase, or is that something we're going to have to consider separately?
So through the chair, that will be information that will come forward in 2023 to inform the 2024 budget process. Similar to what other municipalities, this is an approach similar to what other municipalities have taken, in that we prepared our budget documents in the fall, and the legislative change occurred late in 2022. So municipalities in general will be reporting the impacts of Bill 23, and to be clear, what we're speaking to is the development charge exemptions that now will be extended to certain forms of development. Those exemptions will need to be funded by existing ratepayers or taxpayers, so reflected in future tax operating budgets, or sorry, tax capital budgets, or rate, which is our water, wastewater, storm capital budget, or through deferring capital projects. So the short answer is it would be reflected in our 2024 budget documents.
Councillor, that's your time. Would you like to go down for a second time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Esther Pauls, first time.
Thank you. And first I want to say I have a disqualifying conflict. My son's a police officer, but since we're talking about the police budget, I want to ask GM Zakaric, what percentage percentage of the tax levy is the police budget.
Okay, to be clear, you have a non-disqualifying or a
Yeah, because we're not voting on a budget, it doesn't affect my son's
You said
salary.
a disqualifying, that's why.
Non-disqualifying.
Non-disqualifying, thank you.
So the chair, I would guess that 15.7%, but someone will have to check to see if that's a close ballpark. Somewhere in that area, I would expect. Maybe we can check that and just confirm.
I think it's 18%. I kind of looked at it, but anyway.
It could include capital. But
It could,
yes, yeah.
yes. I'm just wondering, what was it last term?
Through the chair as a percentage of the overall levy?
Yes.
Again, we could have staff confirm it, but I don't believe it's changed materially as a percentage of the overall levy.
Exactly. Overall levy, as I'm looking at it, the percentage of the police budget has not affected the levy. It's been the same the whole time. How many years we've been presenting GM Zaguera at the budget? How many years has it been affected, the levy on the police budget? Has it been 18% or whatever it is?
So through the chair, I would suggest it has kept pace with the overall levy. But what that really represents is, to be fair in terms of how to portray this, is the level of spend or investment in police has stayed consistent with the overall level of investment in other city services. And just to capture what that really means is, as the city's made investments in transit, in long-term care, in parkland, is those have represented additional investments, as has inflation, whether it's our collective bargaining obligations. So as it relates to the overall level of investment in police services, it has kept pace with the overall levy.
Thank you for saying that. And last term, I remember that we asked the boards and agency to limit 2%, right, of their budget and if they had a case whether they needed more, they would come and present it. Am I correct in that?
So through the chair, we've done that in certain years. For 2022, we did that. Council approved a guideline and it might have been 2% or inflationary. I don't recall the exact words. Again, we did not take that approach for 2023.
We did not. I'm just wondering, we did not take that approach, so now we have these requests, but they still come and present their budget anyway, so whether it was 2% or not. So I just wanted to be clear, because I was doing a little bit of research about the levy on the police. It's been the same for a long time, whatever the percentage was on the tax levy. So
Percent ratio of the overall tax.
Exactly,
yes.
and that's what I wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts our first-time speakers. It is now 1 o'clock, so I'm going to suggest that we recess for lunch for half an hour. And when we come back, our second-time speakers would be Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Alex Wilson, unless, of course, any first-time speakers pop up in the meantime. I need a motion to recess, moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Kassar, to recess for 30 minutes. And that vote is up. And that vote carried 15-0. See you in 30 minutes. Councillors, we are back in session now. We have second-time speakers. Councillor Ted McMeekin, you're a second-time speaker.
Thanks, Chair Clark. If I'd had another minute, I had one more comment I wanted to make, and very sincere comment from the heart, and that's to our staff, and in particular this morning to General Manager Zacharik. I'm not really sure how senior staff people who are grilled by us fortunate, privileged election folk the way they are can really do it. It is a tough slogging, and I'm struck by the fact that inflation and the like are really what's causing some real difficulties. Between that and the 75% of our costs being tied to labor, which apparently other municipalities who have negotiated a different set of years as part of their financial undertakings with the various unions are in a different position. So I just want to, Mr. Chairman, say thanks to Mike and his senior staff and the other senior staff people who from time to time must perhaps shake their heads about some of the kinds of questions that were asked. We're all trying to be vigilant and serve the constituents that we're privileged to represent, and I know that goes for all the staff as well. So I just wanted to say thank you and make sure that nobody leaves the council chamber, even if it asks a tough question, without feeling affirmed for the good work they're doing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. All of the staff heard your comments, and I'm sure they're very appreciative. Councillor Kretsch, please, second-time speaker.
Hi, thanks. And I'll keep this brief. I don't want to belabor our meeting. I know there's things to get onto, but I really want to respond to what Councillor Paul's line of questioning was with respect to the police percentage of the overall budget. And I looked back, and actually thanks to staff for providing me with information back to 2004, which shows, yep, it's been about 18.6, 18.7, 19% of the overall budget, but also that the city's budget has gone up by, and again, this is a rough number, so please don't quote me, but it's gone up by around 2-ish% over that same period in terms of year-over-year increases on average. And the police services budget has gone up this is a real number, 3.59, I think it is, 3.6% over that same period. And so if we consistently see that the police budget is going up higher than the actual amount of the levy, for it to remain a proportionally similar number inside of that seems to me to be mathematically challenging. So I wonder if you could speak to the ways you might also understand this issue, because that's one way of understanding it is as that percentage you provide. But there are other ways to understand how this continues to be at a cost over and above other departments or whatever. I'll let you respond. Thank you.
James Garrick.
So through the chair, for comparison purposes, it'd be appropriate to compare year over year in terms of what the percentage increase in the police services budget is. It could be compared against city departments. Why I'm somewhat hesitating with city departments is the departmental financials that I presented this morning include all of the council referred and business cases. And so there must be somewhere, I'll assume, maybe $30 million of enhancements, whether it is paramedic services, whether it's housing. And so understanding maybe maintenance to maintenance, what is that maintenance budget year over year percentage increase? And then what is that incremental ask as it relates to the budget? So that may be one way of better understanding what may be driving or affecting. Councillor Kretsch is right. Staff also share with me the historical, and it ranges in that just short of 19% to 18.5% police services as a percentage of our overall levy. But again, as I mentioned, it's keeping pace with the levy, but the levy incorporates all of those enhancements, whether it's the transit strategy, long-term care strategy, housing strategy. So again, it may be most appropriate to compare the police services budget as a year-over-year percentage change, and then relative to city departments as a maintenance budget, if that's helpful.
Councillor?
That's helpful, and it would drastically change the numbers in some cases, because if we had that kind of analysis. I think you said to me there's a minor variance report coming forward in March or April. There's an opportunity to maybe have a conversation about actuals versus the budget. So I'll save that conversation for then. I just want to highlight that there's some other things to be done here in terms of our analysis to really draw distinctly what the impacts actually are. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Just a very, very quick clarification question, and then hoping to move on through you, GM Zegarek. Just wondering, we've heard a couple times on March 1st, there's a report coming back. What is that report? Because to me, that means that it's no longer an optional GIC, like we're having that day, there's a report coming. What is that report again?
So through the chair, apologize for being late, but in part I wanted to review what the practice was last year. So if I can ask Clerk McRae if she can help me here. And so it's not on today's agenda, but if I can ask Clerk McRae if she can pull up the recommendation report from March 3rd, 2022. And that is the budget recommendation report. And I can use that to illustrate the report that would be coming forward on March 1st. So if I can use last year's report, recognizing this was last year's report, but the body of the report would not change. So it would be the March 3rd, 2022 budget GIC.
Through you, Chair, well, I think it'd be great to get that over email. That was the answer to my question, so I don't need any more other time today if that works for committee.
So through the, and we can send it to you electronically, if I can try to describe the report. Through the report, it will provide the departmental budget, recommended budget, the boards and agencies recommended budget, and then all of the council referred items, business cases, as decided by General Issues Committee. So it is through that recommendation report with multiple recommendations that committee will have the opportunity to vote on specific components of the budget. So if the interest is, how do I vote on corporate services relative to public works, it is through that report and the recommendations in that report.
So can I ask clarification to you then and to the clerk? We have the 2023 pending amendments. Council referred items, item 1.1 GM, annual support for Bay Area climate change, using this as an example. So does the committee move forward with those approvals of those items today, or are we waiting until that March 1st report?
So through the chair, we're in your hands. The March 1st report, and I can try to describe, committee could deliberate on those and make some decisions. It could defer the business cases. Council referred to March 1st. Thanks, Angela. And so you'll see in the recommendation report of last year is there's an appendix that speaks to council referred and the business cases. What GIC decides on the council referred and business cases will be an appendix to the recommendation report, and council then, you as council, will decide and vote on whether you approve or not approve the various components of the report. So again, to the chair's question, staff are available if you have questions on the council or business cases council referred, or it can be deferred to March 1st. But we do have, I'll just say we have 2 scheduled dates remaining, which is March 1st and March 3rd. The recommendation report will be on the agenda March 1st, and the recommendation report will be amended subject to the decisions at GIC. So as GIC continues to deliberate on the various items, we will amend those, and the final approved business cases, council referred, any amendments will form the appendices to the recommendation report, and then the recommendation report will go to council for consideration.
So to clarify then, if I am understanding this correctly, this body can choose to make decisions on any one of those items that are council referred items and business cases in today's update. And if they choose not to make that decision, then that decision will be made March 1st. One way or the other, yes. That's going to be made.
Yeah, so through the chair, typically we seek council's approval of an issue or item, an amendment to it, or denying or declining that issues for clarity purposes. And then only those items that are approved form the information that is included in the recommendation report.
So at some point, we need to make a decision on all of these items for them to end up in that report on that page. Correct?
Through the chair, yes, including the SLT proposed amendments that were presented today, and as well as those housekeeping items that were included today.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Wilson, did you have further questions about the process, or are you
no
ready
further
to move
questions
with your
about
amendment?
the process? I'd like to move that we make one of these 51 decisions right away, and that is about the gapping conversation. My understanding is that's detailed on slide 21. It's just A and B and C. The lingo's kind of changed throughout their presentation, so I'm using the A and B that are identified on slide 21. B being on slide 21 the gapping that goes to the paramedic services, so we take advantage of that provincial funding in year 2. After we make a decision about gapping, we have to make a recommendation on all those 51 cases through you, Chair. If there's a way maybe you could help us do that through some straw polls or finding consensus to make that go faster, I'd love to see us group those items. But I think before we can do any grouping, we actually have to make a decision on option A or B for the gapping. And I would be proposing or moving that we move forward with option B, which is the paramedic-based services. So that's the motion I'm moving.
So you're moving to fund the Hamilton Paramedic Service Ambulance Enhancement Business Cases 2.4 and 2.5 one time in 2023. There would be no net levy pressure in 2024 as a result of the 50% provincial share of that funding. So the gapping would fund those 2 items.
Through you, Chair, that's correct, and I welcome a seconder.
Councillor Kretsch is offering to second it. You have 5 minutes to speak to it if you so desire.
I feel like GM Zegrak spoke pretty clearly to it. We can take advantage of some provincial funds we wouldn't otherwise be able to if we went the other route.
Thank you. The debate is open on the amendment, and Councillor Jackson?
No, I have a different motion later, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the motion that is on the screen?
Can I get you to put the presentation?
So again, the gapping of 2.1 million is being used to fund business case 2.4 and business case 2.5 one time in 2023.
So
understand?
Through the chair, can I just suggest another way of capturing these and maybe to assist Clerk McRae and for our purposes for tracking this and reconciling reporting is, again, our intent and our hope was to rely on these tables as it relates to decisions. And as I understand it, is Councillor Wilson is moving item number 5, and that is option A, which would be, it's actually, there's a clerical error here. It would be option A, which is direct net levy reduction through paramedic services, So it would be item number 5, option A, as amended, through paramedic services after the word reduction. And then going forward through the chair, we would do this with each particular item. All the items or issues are before you in the various tables, and we can work through the tables.
Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Through the chair, just so we don't get confused, looking for very explicit confirmation that there is a typo on the screen. And so anyone reading the screen right now getting confused between A and B, those are the same option actually. And what we're talking about is still the funding of the paramedic services to take advantage of the provincial funding A or B, throw that away. The paramedics is what's being on the table, like just seeking
Yes.
confirmation there's a typo. Okay, thank you.
And it could be either A or B. Option B, the wording could be option B, fund business cases 2.4 and 2.5. Effectively, you're funding 50% of those business cases.
And to clarify, this keeps in line the 50% of our actual costs that we're spending. So the province is actually funding 50% of that cost as opposed to reducing the levy by that gapping and then we lose that amount.
So through the chair, I sense I understand the intent. If I can make a recommendation to Clerk McRae, it would be option B, which is fund 50% of the paramedic business cases 2.4 and 2.5 through the 2.155 million. You don't need to include, Angela, you don't need to include the dollar amount. So effectively, it's funding the provincial share through the one-time gapping. And that would be option B, just adding the words fund 50% of the paramedic business cases for clarity.
Okay, and I'm sorry for belaboring this. I don't want to lose that 50% or any portion of that 50% from the province.
Yeah, so the intent of this strategy, it's one time. So we're funding it one time from gapping for 2023. And in 2024, the provincial funding, we would realize the 2.155 million in provincial funding.
I'm being asked if you can go to slide 8 because it was written down fully.
There it is, B.
So that item B is the motion, correct? I'm seeing thumbs up from Councillor Alex Wilson and thumbs up from the seconder. Okay, now questions. Councillor Pauls, you have a question.
I'm just wondering, I'm getting a little bit, I don't know,
That's
not
okay.
confused, but what we're doing here. What, can I ask through the chair, might see, what, GM might see, with all respect, what is the urgency of taking this budget amendment now than waiting till we do them all? Well, why is this emergency right now?
So through the chair, there isn't urgency in making a decision, but if it's the will of committee, if there's consensus to move on this, is it would take one issue off of our plate leading up to March 1st and 3rd. So if there's consensus on some items, there were some additional items that further amendments is committee could make decisions on those and then focus on the remaining issues on the 1st and 3rd.
And I understand that, it makes sense, but are we now going one by one, looking at every single budget amendments and trying to change them? Because I have to look at them all. I just don't understand why we're taking one out, which is not an emergency, and leaving the others, or are we going to talk and open it up to everyone and look at each one now?
That is the intent, and it is not an emergency, it's just the budget process.
Right. So
through the chair, it's my interpretation that this reduces the levy, and so there may be an appetite to consider those that reduce the levy and then focus on those issues that contribute to enhancing the levy.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the amendment? Then the amendment is properly put, and we'll call the vote, please. And that carries 15-0. And GM Zagarek, so based on that decision, where are we with the net levy before we start entertaining all the motions?
So through the chair, I believe that's a 0.2 reduction, bringing our 7% down to 6.8%.
So we're at 6.8%. Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Clark. I have an amendment. Ooh. So, General Manager Zagarek, I want to go to slide 7. You find the appropriate numbers on the council referred business case, General Manager. I'll leave that to you. But I think slide 7, I've learned in all the years following finance that brackets mean we're going in the right direction because those are reductions. So I would, if I could get a seconder, Chair Clark, move slide 7 because that would also help us based on staff's explanation of each of these items. Get bullet point 2 from Minister Calandra. Again, a quiet thank you to the minister until he comes through with the extra 1.5, but that's another matter. Anyways, I would move slide 7, General Manager Zagarek. You do the corresponding numbers on the various council referred items. If I can get a seconder. Thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Mark Tattison. GM Zagarek, would you like to, item 1 is obvious, it's item 1.4. Are there other, business case 2.6, and we're all over the place.
So slide number 7 is drawing from the Economic Development Reserve for 2023 for the Canada Day event. And that would reduce the levy by approximately $87,000. The second amendment would be to amend business case 2.6 to reflect a net levy amount of $1.5 million. And that is in recognition of a provincial commitment for the first quarter of 2023. And the third amendment would be to use the unallocated capital levy reserve for Hamilton Conservation Authority's request for one-time special capital investment. And the final would be the reduction in mileage budgets of 10% across all departments. And that would represent a $63,000 reduction. And I believe we were somewhere in the area of 970,000 in total. So an additional 0.1, bringing us to about 6.7.
The General Manager has captured my desire astutely. Chair Clark, I stand by my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments on that motion? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'm supportive in whatever process we want to do this. I think we have some work ahead of us. So starting and just jumping in is one way to do it. I just want to flag for all of us who are around the room, when this passes and I support all of these individual things, levy is going to go down. But we've now decided on all of the reductions. So as any other thing is going to happen, it's going to go back up again. And so just as we're chasing that number, I think it's important that we understand that the decrease is likely a temporary one as we decide on the spending later. But I appreciate Councillor Jackson helping us, knock another 4 or 5 off that list and of that list of 51. So I'm in favor. I just wanted to flag where that line is going to move so we're not surprised when that happens later.
You have astutely described it, and when it starts to go up, that's when some of us get money migraines, just for the record. Okay, on this amendment?
I feel like we're giving the taxpayers roller coaster. We're going up, we're going down, we're going up, and that's why I said to go individual now, I'm finding it really hard to see what I want to take out, what I want to add. So that's my dilemma.
These 4 items were senior leadership team proposed amendments.
Right.
And so that's what
That's
this
coming up.
group is.
Okay, but I could see some of my residents calling me, oh, it's going down. I heard it was going 6.8 or 6.7. So then the perception is it's going to go down more. So that's all I'm saying. Thanks.
I understand. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments on Councillor Jackson's amendment? Seeing none, we'll call the question, please. Carried 15-0. So if I can draw council's attention to page 11, is the beginning of the pending amendments on council-referred items. I am completely in the hands of the committee. If you choose to begin approving these, we can do that. If you choose to, I look to the clerk, Madam Clerk, can we group some of these together if we can find a grouping, and we'll let you know? Can we do that?
Through the chair, absolutely. I'm happy to group them. I just may make sure, I'll double check I have all the ones you want before we vote on them.
Thank you. So I'm in the committee's hands. Do you want to just start, as the expression goes, noodling away at them one at a time? Councillor Danko.
I'm prepared to do the group. Sorry, I just lost my page. So of the council referred items, I would move the lot except for items 2.6, which is the tiny shelters, which I think is still outstanding, and item 2.9, which is the YWCA funding, which there are also some outstanding questions on that. But I think the rest are pretty much settled, and I'd be prepared to move the lot of them except for those two.
Thank you. So we're talking excluding 2.9 and excluding 2.6, I think it was?
Yes.
I was going quickly trying to catch up. And everything else we would be approving. Okay, except we're not into the business cases yet. These are council referred items. Okay, so you're making that a motion, Councillor?
Why not? Yes.
Yes. And is there a seconder to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Nan.
Chair Clerk, could you just say again which ones he's not including, please? My apologies.
2.6, which is the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, because the decision has not been made as of yet.
Thank you.
And 2.9, I believe it was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And we still have questions on that one outstanding. Okay, the amendment is properly moved and seconded. It's on the floor.
So, sorry, through the chair, I just want to make sure I have it correct. So I have 1.1 through 1.5 because 1.6 and 1.7 have previously been approved. I have 2.1 through 2.5, excluding 2.6,
Correct.
2.7 and 8, excluding 2.9, and then items 2.10 through 6.3. Is that correct?
That is
yes.
correct.
Okay, I just want to double check.
We're good, Councillor Danko?
Yeah, one question on 6.3, just before we finalize this. That's the recruitment and retention to be determined. I think it has been determined. It's just.
GM Zagarek, can you assist us on 6.3?
Through the chair, this was before a regular GIC committee. The financial details were shared in camera.
Yes.
And that's for that reason it is identified to be determined. And so we've assumed what was presented to committee in camera.
Okay, perfect.
And happy to go back in camera if there's need for reminding what that represents.
Vice Chair Danko?
I'm good with it as is. I recall what the recommendation in camera was. Just wanted to make sure that it was reflected in the overall position.
Thank you.
Which it is.
Councillor Alex Wilson?
Thank you. Through the chair, just a procedural clarification question. Did Councillor Jackson's motion that included 1.4 amend that, and now we are basically moving it as amended, or can we take out 1.4 because we just did that in the last one?
I thought the clerk had indicated which ones had been pulled out.
So 1.4 has not been pulled out on the current list as described by the clerk, but we did just vote on it in Councillor Jackson's motion is my question.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the clerk.
So through the chair, I had not pulled out 1.4. Just if I can clarify through GM Zagarek that 1.4 should come out then.
So through the chair, and maybe I'll ask GM Thorne to confirm, the funding from reserve was for support, the celebration, and what is before you, I believe, is still a FTE requirement. So the 0.25 and the 41,000 is as it relates to staff to deliver that program. So again, the operating costs would be funded from the reserve, but the staff are still before you as a council referred item.
Okay. Councillor, you good?
Through the chair, I think that answers the question. Maybe just for clarification, what if we did not move 1.4 with Councillor Jackson's motion? What did we move with? I'm looking for explicitly both of those ideas to be connected, and I see GM Thorne would like to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, so through the chair, what we had put forward as an SLT recommendation, which Councillor Jackson's motion approved, was to reduce the impact of the Canada Day event somewhat. So basically it was taking some of the operating costs such as fireworks, security costs, those sorts of things, and putting them on the reserve. So it reduces the levy impact, but it does not eliminate the levy impact. There is still a small impact, which is the staffing costs. So 1.4 would have to remain in as part of this motion. If 1.4 is not approved, we would not have the staffing complement to actually implement the event.
So it reduces it by $87,100.
Thank you, through Chair Clark. So we're voting on 1.4 as recently amended, and that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Cassar, and then I'll come back to Councillor Jackson.
On item 2.6, hats, so I understand that that's not on the table right now, and I know the staff is working on that, the proposed solution. So at what point would this come back, and would it be in time for this budget conclusion? Through the chair.
I didn't think it was coming back into this budget process. At some point, we had to make the decision on the 100,000. So can we get clarification? City Manager Smith.
Through the chair, GM Burden is online and she'll be able to answer that. There she is. Thank you.
GM Burden, please.
Thank you. General Manager Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. We would be expecting to come back in the next couple of months. It would be outside of this budget process. And should there be an interest by council to fund the $100,000, we could at that point treat it the same way that we did last year, where we were looking at surplus that might be available either through Housing Services Division or other parts of Healthy and Safe Communities. And then if there was an interest in having that being an ongoing source of funding, we could refer it to the 2024 budget process.
Councillor Cassar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. That's very helpful. I just wanted to make sure that the public understands what's happening there, and that just because it's not being decided upon in this budget process, it is not being taken off the list or forgotten. So thank you for the clarification, GM Burden. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for that. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thanks, Chair Clark. Appreciate Councillor Danko's motion here to package a number of these slides together. We dealt with the cycling master plan. That's been approved, although I think I was the only one opposed to accelerating that. Can I get to item 4.1, please, which would be on slide 14? Can I ask questions, please,
Yes,
Chair
you
Clark?
can.
So this is about election expense reserve for internet voting consideration. If this 153.8 is approved, if it is ultimately ratified, is this giving the clerk the money to look at the feasibility of internet voting, or is it just an exploration? A full report will come back. Can I get a clarification through you, Chair Clark, on that?
Through the chair, I know Clerk Holland had to drop off for another professional commitment, so I'm not sure if she's rejoined us yet, and I can try to start.
Please, General Manager.
I would describe it as a financial allocation to the election reserve, recognizing we contribute each year, so quarterly in the sense of a contribution over a 4-year period to deliver the municipal election. This would set aside additional funding towards that reserve in anticipation of a future report regarding how the municipal election would be delivered. It's not, you are not making a decision, or committee council is not making a decision on the delivery of the municipal election in 2026. Rather, this is setting funds aside to the reserve in anticipation that it may include electronic voting.
General Manager, thank you. I appreciate your explanation to possibly allay any concerns of mine. Sincerely, I appreciate that. I would just ask for a separate vote on this 4.1 if I could. Chair Clark, it's obviously earmarked because it says right on there, I appreciate what the General Manager has explained, as a reserve for the 26 municipal election, but it's earmarked right on there for internet voting consideration. And from the little bit of research I've done in the past, Burlington tried it, I think, 1 or 2 elections ago. I think their turnout was in the low mid-30s, similar to Hamilton's. I think London City Council approved it 1 or 2 elections ago, paid about $600,000-$700,000 ultimately. Their turnout was similar. I'm all for getting greater voter turnout. Whatever. I didn't think it was that monumental what I said, Mayor, but anyways, but thank you for that impact. Anyways, I just feel, Chair Clark, that this is going to possibly head us down a path. For me, there's better ways to spend $153,800. So I would just ask for a separate vote on that item, please. Thank you.
And to be clear, though, for the committee, this committee decision is not obligating the City of Hamilton to approve internet voting. That will happen at a future meeting if the clerks decide to go down that road. This is simply setting aside setting aside the $150,000 for a reserve should they go down that road, and should they not go down that road, then that money comes back into general revenue.
I further appreciate that extra explanation. I would simply still ask for a separate vote, please, if I could. Thank you.
It is your right, Councillor. Councillor Pauls, please.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I just want to be clear what I'm doing here, trying to find savings for our taxpayers. So item 6.2, increase to councillor's office budget. And the motion was on December 7th. Could I vote separately on that?
Yes, you can.
As well?
Yes, you can.
So I just wanted to make sure I vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just making a note here. Councillor Mark Taddison, please.
I had a similar concern as, through the chair, as Councillor Pauls, and I just wanted 6.2 to have some further deliberation. I may need some further convincing of that, and I'd like to hear some of the other councillors' viewpoints on that before we voted on that. So I'd like to see that maybe taken care of and voted on maybe on the 1st or something like that. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have item 4.1 and 6.2 being severed from the motion of Councillor Dankos. Any further questions? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
I'm very appreciative of the movers' attempt to bundle these, and I'm cognizant that if we keep pulling things out, that never ends, but I would also like to request a separate vote on 211, if that's okay, and if we could add that to our list of things we're pulling out. But I do appreciate the spirit of lumping these together.
Yes, 2.11 can also be pulled for a separate vote. Any furthers? Councillor Jeff Beattie.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I do recognize the intent to do this in an expedient fashion, but I'm trying to keep a tally of what the dollar amount actually is ending up being here, and I'm finding it rather challenging to do that. At some point, bundling these all together, I think, and I don't think it might be realistic for me to ask GM Zegeric, but I'm going to do anyways. I have about a $12 million total. Has anybody got a ballpark that matches my ballpark of everything we've bundled? Through you, Chair.
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, I'll refer to slide 9 in a way to indirectly answer the councillor's question, and that is slide number 9. Council referred items, all 27 items would represent a $24.6 million investment.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I'd feel more confident voting on this if I knew what the total levy impact was going to be, the dollar amount and perhaps the percentage increase that this would lead to. That would make me more comfortable in proceeding in this fashion.
GM Zagarek.
So through the chair, all 27 items would represent a 2.2%. That's already reflected in our current position, revised position of 6.7%. And I'll just note that one of those one of those items is the recruitment and retention. And so again, happy to go in camera to remind you what the overall investment is for recruitment and retention. But that is one of the council referred items. So I believe that is item number 6.3, which was deliberated in camera at General Issues Committee and referred to the budget.
Correct.
Thank you. I think this is leading me not to support the motion, unfortunately, because I'm having a lot of trouble knowing what the dollar amount actually is going to end up being, and we're kind of talking in generalities. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to pause and come back with the total that we'd be voting on in terms of a dollar amount. Otherwise, just voting on items X through Z without a total dollar amount, I'd find that difficult.
So, if I may, we have 3 items that would be severed items from the motion that Vice Chair Danko proposed. Would it help if GM Zagarek provide you the dollar value for those 3 items separated from the main motion? Because you'll be making those decisions independently now.
Correct. So I see 4.1, Chair, at 153.8. I see item 6.2 at 600,000, and I'm having trouble finding the dollar amount for 211.
James Zagarek, I'm just looking for it.
For 211, it is approximately $1.4 million. And I thought 2.9 was 2.9 and 2.6 are not in the bundle of items being deliberated on.
Give us a second.
So if I can, I'll use this to help maybe guide the, and let me just make sure I'm on the right page here. Okay, can you go slide 11?
Just a second, please. We're all jumping in here.
So 1.1 would be included in the bundle of items to be considered and voted on.
Yes.
1.2 would be, 1.3 would be, 1.4 would be, and this is in the amended form, reflecting the amendment that committee already voted on. 1.5 would be, 1.6 would be, 1.7 would be, 2.1 would be, 2.2 would be, 2.3 would be, 2.4 would be, 2.5 would be, 2.6 is not. 2.7 would be. 2.8 would be. 2.9 would be not. 2.10 would be. 2.11 would be a separate vote. 3.1 would be. 4.1 would be a separate vote. 4.2 would be. 4.3 would be. 4.4 would be. 4.5 would be. 6.1 would be. And 6.2 would be a separate vote. And 6.3 would be. And I'll look to finance staff who may be able to give us, so again, all items, all 27 items represented approximately $24.6 million. And I'll see if Director McMullen has what the revised would be of the two items that would be withdrawn. And I think it's close to 22 million.
So through the chair, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. So you're going for the $24 million and you're taking out $2.7 million for those two particular items, the tiny shelters and the YWCA. So you'd be about $19.8 million is the new total that would be in those items.
And that would represent approximately 2% of our current 6.7% position.
Councillor Beatty.
So then, and thanks to my colleague, Councillor Kassar, who's adding this up far more quickly than I'm able to, the proposal before us would add $19,793,373 to our current position.
No.
Hang on. The current position being we've removed some, we've come down through some motions, and now we're going back up. No, then I'm confused.
So maybe if I can ask Lorraine if she could pull up slide number 4. So our current 7% position includes all the business cases in council referred. And okay. That's the shortest answer I think I've had to provide this term of council, so thank you.
And so can I just ask for clarification with the clerks, please, because they're the ones that are helping me through this. Do you now have all of the items that need to be severed for independent votes?
Yes, through the chair, I do.
Okay. And each one of those, whatever the outcome is, it will either stay in that 7% or come out of that 7%, is my understanding. GM Zagarek, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to shortchange anyone. Any further? Councillor Kretsch, are you good now?
Yes.
Because you did have a question.
I'm good.
Okay. And who, we've already gone through that list. Councillor Pauls we've gone through, Councillor Taddison we've gone through, Councillor Wang we haven't gone to, Councillor Wang. And Councillor Jackson, you want to be back on? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a question around item 4.3 in the City Clerk's Office, the virtual meeting support. I can't find the report for that, so what is that?
So through the chair, this is our hybrid support model. So given that we are now expanding how councillors and citizens can participate in standing committees and council meetings, is the requirement of 2 additional staff, legislative assistants to assist the clerk in this meeting. So you'll see today there are 2 staff members from clerk. We had approval to recruit 2 on a temporary basis, and given that council has approved virtual meetings going forward for standing committees, council meetings, and requiring an additional clerk member to help to facilitate the delivery of the meeting.
Oh, okay. So to clarify, Chair, we already have these two temporary. This item 4.3 is to make them permanent, correct, Chair?
Yeah. Through the chair, that's correct. Council approved temporary support for this model while we still piloted the model, but council has approved the model on a go-forward basis. Now we require the additional staff to support that model.
Okay. Follow-up question is to 4.2, Records and Information Management Policy. Through you, Chair, may I have just a quick overview of what this policy is?
James Garrick.
Yeah. So through the chair, I'm not sure if Clerk Holland, she is, okay.
Clerk Holland, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Through the chair. So in 2022, Council approved the Records and Information Policy. That policy outlines the corporation's commitment to managing records and information in keeping with best practices in record keeping and also access by design principles. So in order to embed these principles across the organization, it's necessary to provide training and support to the divisions across the corporation. So currently there's good records keeping principles across the corporation for paper records, and Clerks is working with staff regularly to maintain the life cycle of our paper records. Currently, we have 4 full-time staff dedicated to this process, as well as other records management work in that area. However, the corporation does not have an embedded program for the management of electronic records, according to our retention schedule. So we've approved a policy, and we're looking to have 2 positions to help embed that within the organization.
Councillor.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you again, Chair Clark. So again, just to recap, the original Councillor Danko package that...
Councillors, please.
Thank you. That General Manager Zagarek said the entire package is already embedded in the 7%, and we're sitting right now based on 2 amendments, Chair Clark, that Councillor Alex Wilson, myself separately moved, got support for. General Manager, you're saying we're sitting at about 6.8, correct?
So through the chair, I believe we're at 6.7.
6.7, thank you. And Chair Clark, procedurally, just to be clear, the Councillor Danko package, 5 items are being pulled for separate debate. Do I debate each of them now, or wait till you mention each one?
We will mention each one. There'll be a motion and a mover seconder for each one, and debate on each one.
You'll allow the debate on each one at that time?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Any further questions about Vice Chair Danko's motion? We're all good in terms of what's happening? Clerks are nodding yes. At this point, we will call the question on Councillor Danko's motion. And that carries 15-0. Councillor Cratch, please.
Thanks. Glad I tried to indicate in the scribe, sorry I didn't go through. But I'd like to move that we debate those things on March 1st. The items that were taken out. That we have the debate on those items on March 1st.
So you're wanting to move deferral?
Yeah, deferral, that's
March
it.
1st.
That's the one.
Is there a seconder on the deferral? Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Deferral is debatable. Is there any debate on it? Thank you. Vice Chair Danko, if you can take the chair for a second. Can I just get clarification from the clerk then? How many items are we severing out?
So through the chair, we severed out 5 items. in that last vote, 26, 29, 41, 62, and 211. I believe all other council referred items were either approved through the previous vote or previously approved as listed on the presentation.
Thank you. So does everyone understand where we are in the deferral?
So the deferral is just items 211, 41, and 62.
No, I thought it was all the items.
My understanding from Councillor Crutch's motion was that it was 26, 29, 41, 62, and 211.
So 26 and 29 would automatically been deferred because they weren't part of the package, or do we need a specific motion to defer those?
I'm sorry, through the chair, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, those were excluded.
Correct.
And the understanding was those would be.
So item 2.6, I believe if I'm hearing the question correctly, is that 100,000, realistically, this could be removed from it until we have the report back from the emergency community services staff on that component. Because at the moment, there isn't a motion to move forward on giving $100,000 to those funds. And what was the other item that was in a similar boat?
It was 2.9.
2.9. And 2.9, again, we had pulled 2.9 out.
So through the chair, my understanding was it would be a separate vote today on 211, 41, and 62. So potentially then we should just defer 211, 41, and 62 as the other two are already.
Correct. GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, and for my benefit and maybe for Clerk McRae's benefit, 2.9, which is the housing services item, and 2.11 is the intent of committee to refer this to emergency and community services.
No.
If it's referred to the budget process, it'll continue on for the next week. Okay, or 2 weeks. Okay.
Councillor Crutch.
Huh?
Could you elucidate the huh?
Is there any material difference to what we're doing here? Like, is there any real material difference? Or is it like, because I'm saying, hey, let's move these things to March 1st. And are you saying these other things are already moved to March 1st, so we don't need to do that again? Or is there a material difference I'm misunderstanding?
Vice Chair Danko, please.
I'm not in favor of deferring 211, 41, and 62, if that helps. I would like those voted on today.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor?
Okay, so seeing that 2.6 and 2.9 are already deferred to be talked about on March 1st, I'm happy to amend my motion to just have it be those three things.
Okay, this is getting about as confusing as soup.
I'll be clear. I'll restate my motion.
Please.
I move the items 4.1, 6.2, and 2.11 be deferred to March 1st. That's my new motion based on the information I have.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, I'm understanding of what we're moving forward with on the vote.
Okay, and the seconder is okay with that? Yep. Okay, so we're voting on a deferral. If you don't wish to defer, you vote against it. If you wish to defer, you vote in favor. Pretty simple. Seeing no further questioners or comments, we'll try the question on this. It's okay. Sometimes the e-scribe does not wish to cooperate with us. No problem. Councillor McMeekin, you can relax. I've got your vote.
Great, thanks.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. So Councillor Spadafora has indicated support, and as has Councillor McMeekin. Carries 11-4. So those items will now come before us on March 1st. Councillor Jackson.
Chair Clark, just a point of procedure here on 2.6 and 2.9. Can I offer a humble suggestion to clerks, please? I think where a guy like me was a bit confused until Councillor Danko clarified. But if 2.6 and 2.9, if some commentary could have been there on those two line items, previously deferred, previously tabled, that may have helped me, because otherwise I was assuming they were going to be part of Councillor Cretch's original deferral motion. I read funding for the YW motion at ECS, but I don't see anything that indicated deferral unless I'm missing something through you, Chair.
The clerk puts what staff provide her.
Well, I'm not shooting the messenger at all with the clerk. They're doing a fantastic job. So to all the SLT, if that's possible, I think that one word on those two items previously deferred would have helped me to remove some confusion. That's all I'm offering, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Anything further on 6.2? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Following Councillor Danko's lead, I'm going to move a motion to put all 20 business cases up, if that's okay for today, and then we can do the thing where we go around and folks who say, no, I don't want to do this today, can say, no, I want to pull this out as a separate vote. We'll see if that number is less than 20 by the time we finish, and we can do the same thing again if that's all right with you, Chair, and the will of the committee.
Yeah,
so I'll be moving all 20.
Everything's all right with me unless it's out of order. So it's in order, so absolutely. So we're now dealing with the business cases, which to help councillors is on page 17 of the presentation today. And Councillor Alex Wilson is moving the business cases 1.1 to, what was the final number?
There's 20 of them total.
4.4, okay. And I need a seconder, Councillor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Danko, thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Wang, please.
We're taking out 2.4 and 2.5, correct? Because we've already dealt with that. 2.4, 2.5 is the Hamilton paramedic. That was part of the 2.1 net levy decrease because we announced we've used the gapping.
So through the chair to, I hope, help. What committee's made a decision on is a financing strategy and to reduce the municipal contribution in year one. So it would still require, the business cases still require a decision by committee. And I'll just ask Director McMullen if he can just confirm whether or not we've already amended the gross and net amounts for 2.4 and 2.5, or if that needs to be amended to reflect the previous decision of committee to use gapping funding.
And our staff are conferring with each other.
Yeah, so through the chair, Brian McMullen. So those numbers that are shown in those charts are still the full amount, so they have not been amended. They're still the 100% of the cost, not 50%.
So through the chair, just for the help of committee, then we would amend the net amounts in those two business cases to 50% of what is reflected there to balance with committee's previous decision. So 2.4 would have a net impact of approximately 600,000 and 2.5 a net impact of approximately $1.5 million combined, $2.1 million, which coincides with the previous decision of committee.
Councillor Wang.
And so through the chair, it would be ultimately if committee votes on 2.4 and 2.5 as amended, and the amendment would be the adjustment to the net amounts.
Okay. And also 2.6 is the long-term care COVID costs. Those were also included in that amendment, correct? So may I request a friendly amendment to Councillor Alex Wilson's to have his motion also reflect 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 with the net amended amount.
Councillor, you good with that? Yes, he's indicating yes.
Okay. And I think those are it for my questions.
Thank you. Any further questions on Councillor Alex Wilson's amendment? We're dealing only with the business cases now. Councillor Beattie, please.
Very quickly, through you, Chair, along the same lines as my previous question, and I promise not to get confused this time, Mike. The total value of the business cases would be handy if there was maybe a summation at the bottom in future, but I'm wondering if there's an allocation quickly accessible. It's probably somewhere else in the report, but a total value of the business cases as presented.
So through the chair, and while I'm talking, maybe I'll ask Director McMullen and his team to confirm on slide 9. Councillors. On slide 9, I'm referring to the second bullet point that speaks to business cases, 20 items, have a financial impact of $6.8 million, recognizing that with the paramedic adjustment and long-term care, I believe that's about $2.6 million adjustment, bringing us to about $4.2 million balance, and I would assume a 4.2 is about a 0.4% tax impact.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I did find it in the other section of the report. Maybe it would be just for expedience sake in future reporting to have it also listed at the bottom as a summation total. But I understand that 4.2 million is the go-forward amount based on the previous amendments.
That's a helpful suggestion. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions on the business cases? Vice Chair, you moved the motion, so whose would it go to? Alex Wilson. Oh, Alex Wilson did. Oh, thank you. Vice Chair Danko, you did not move that motion. There was one that I saw here that didn't have any dollar values, and I think it was the fire department, Mike, under business cases. Yeah, 2.3. Thank you very much, Councillor. Hamilton Fire Department volunteer staffing. Did we ever get an update on that, those numbers?
If I recall that Chief Cunliffe said that that was not something that needed, like he had a business case for it, but really there was no net levy impact, there was no staffing requirement. It was something that he just needed an X number of heads to staff up his volunteer side, but that's what I recall.
Thank you.
General Manager.
The Chief is on the screen.
Chief Cunliffe.
Through the chair to the councillor, I just can give you a little bit of an update. Councillor Wang is correct. This is a no additional cost, no additional FTE. What I'm looking to do is, as I'm sure you can appreciate, my salary and benefits line for volunteer firefighters, it's a variable cost. It's based on, because it's made up of what we expect to have relative to the number of calls we get, number of training sessions people are able to show up to, and the number of station duties sessions they're able to show up to. So we have done the numbers. It's included in the business case, and based on existing budgets that are included in the 2023 operating budget, I'm not looking for any additional dollars. And I'm not looking for any extra FTE. I'm just looking to increase my headcount by 20. And you may recall that this is part of the 10-year plan that was put forth in 2019 to start the process of increasing the volunteer headcount in the majority of stations from 25 to 40. And this is so that we can maintain the proper response from the volunteers. As you may recall, we tend to get on average for every 4 on the roster, we get 1 responding, and that's just on average across the city. So that's the detail on this business case.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's very helpful. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so I don't see any further questions or comments on Councillor Alex Wilson's amendment. So we can call that question, please. And that vote carries 15-0. Thank you, councillors. Any further questions or comments on item 6.2? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Let's do this show again, but with the other referred items this time. So my proposal is we put all 6 in. Again, if folks want to remove one or ask any questions, and then we can move forward as we just did with the 20.
Can you indicate the numbers of the 6 that you're
It is other budget amendments, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And they start on slide 21 and continue on to slide 22.
GM Zagarek.
So through the chair, I believe committees already approved items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those were the earlier amendments.
Correct.
Item number 1 is, again, a housekeeping item. This would be to align the budgets. You're not approving boards and agency budgets. You're just allowing us to reflect the budgets as presented. And then item number 6 is the living wage, additional investment for living wage.
So to be clear, it's 1
and 6
and
would
6
be.
that has not been decided, correct?
Through you, Chair, I'll just amend my motion to do, I don't think it makes sense to group 2 things. I'm just going to amend my motion to do just 1, if that's okay, and then we can just do 2 votes. I'm just thinking that might save us some time as opposed to trying to group 2 things together and then talking about if we want to do that.
Which one would you like to do?
Just moving number 1 right now.
Item 1, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Wang. And so can we just put that item on the screen again so that all the councillors know what we're voting on? Okay, so all we're voting on right now is councillors, all we're voting on right now is item 1, boards and agencies to align the board approval of external agency budgets. It's a gross and net of 1.4. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing none, I can't see the WebEx, so I'm assuming no one's waving at us. We'll call the vote.
Councillor McMeekin, are you with us right now?
It carries 14-0. Councillor Alex Wilson, are you wanting to move item number 6, which is the living wage supplemental information of student wage?
I'm going to give someone else a turn.
Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Nairn. Is there any discussion on the living wage? This is a $353,600 increase. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Chair Clark, I am supportive of this. I believe was the original staff recommendation off table 3 of the report, the $353,000 to help casual part-time students both within the corporation and the library service. I'm very supportive of this. If you recall, 2-3 weeks ago, there was discussions on other tables that had much larger amounts, but I'm happy to support this and helps the living wage get to where it should be further for the part-time casual employees. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions on this item? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you. It's useful to see this in this context, to be honest. I don't mean in this table, I mean in this conversation. It says $353,600, and I know there was a gap between this amount and the amount if we wanted to be I'm not trying to excite a debate here, just for the record, to become a living wage employer. And so could staff quantify the difference between just those two things? Like what it would be to go to the thing versus this? What's the dollar amount? Because when I read the reporting, I just found it a little bit hard to capture that amount, and maybe the context here will make it easier somehow.
I'll turn to Executive Director Fontana or Director McMullen, but let's start with ED Fontana.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the staff recommendation was specific to the school crossing guards and the non-union part-time casual employees, and that was the amount that is being recommended before you. I believe the $353,600. The total amount, if we included the cost of the other students and Hamilton Public Library, part-time staff, and the non-union summer students, the difference then would be annualized $1.527 million. So again, the school crossing guards was $160,500. The non-union part-time staff was a $383,600. And then the non-union summer students, which we did not recommend, was another $77,300, and then the unionized summer students was an additional $710,700. And we are bringing a report on that matter on March 1st on the unionized summer students.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Could we defer this to March 1st? March 1st, then? That was what I was going to suggest. We defer this discussion to March 1st.
Thank you. The deferral motion. Is there anyone seconding the deferral motion? Seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie, because we've been going to Councillor Alex Wilson all day. Any questions or comments on the deferral motion? A deferral motion is debatable. Seeing none, we'll call the question on the deferral. Sorry, Madam Clerk, going so fast. Take your time. We have to populate each vote in the e-scribe. Technical term, but yes.
Councillor McMeekin, were you in favor? Thank you.
And that vote carries on a division of 13-2. I think that's the end of our items under 6.2. Correct, GM Zagarek? I haven't missed anything?
Nope, through the chair. Thanks to all of committee for your patience today, and we have a few items then that will carry over to March 1st, and we'll have the recommendation report on the agenda March 1st as well.
And you'll update where we are in terms of the net levy impact. Councillor Wang, you have a question?
Do we have to receive the report now?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we have to receive the presentation. Okay. Any further questions for GM Zagarek on 6.2? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive his presentation. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And we'll call that vote now.
Councillor McMeekin to receive the presentation. Thank you.
We only have a couple more items before us today, councillors, so we're coming to the end.
15.
That carried 15-0. Thank you very much. So item 7.1 is the 2022 Assessment Growth Report, FCS 23025 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 7.1 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Wang. Is there any comments or questions on this report? Seeing none, we'll call the question. Councillor McMeekin is affirmative. And that vote carried 15-0. And now we're moving on to item 7.2, which is the 2023 budget submission of the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, CM 23005 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 7.2 on the floor? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Mark Tadeson, please.
I'd just like to say that the ACPD, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, I sit on that council, or on that committee as the council rep, and I'm honored and I'm proud to be there. And with the assistance of the clerks, I've enjoyed my time with them recently. So I just wanted to say that what they do is they provide a forum where persons with disabilities and service representatives can express their concerns and recommend improvements to existing levels of city services. They do have 5 subcommittees that focus on a diverse area of concerns. Many of the members of the ACPD are people with various mobility challenges. They face extra barriers that many of us who are able-bodied do not necessarily notice. So it could be a step or a staircase, a raised sidewalk, a narrow aisle or a door, low lighting, high shelves, things like that. So I just wanted to say that it's my duty as their representative on council to continually raise awareness, and I think it's our collective duty as a council to champion their concerns and to help this committee successfully and systematically remove barriers, whether they be legislative, physical, service, transportation barriers, employment or recreation barriers, even information technology barriers and communication, so that those who face these challenges have equitable access for all those mentioned areas, so that we can aspire to be an inclusive, welcoming, and barrier-free city. So that's all I have to say about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tadeson. That was well said. Seeing no further comments or questions, we'll call the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Ted McMeekin. Thank you. That vote carries 15-0. Item 7.3 was withdrawn from the agenda. Are there any motions today? Notices of motion? Seeing none. We'll now move on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the private and confidential. 11.1 is the closed session minutes, February 7th, 2023. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the closed session minutes? A move by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Cassar. And we'll call that vote. And that vote carried 15-0. We're now moving on to item 12, adjournment. May I have a mover and a seconder to second? Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Mayor Horvath. No discussion. Can we call the vote, please? Thank you, councillors, for your assistance today. Good job. That vote carried 15-0. Thank you. This committee stands adjourned.